Italia menyerukan pembentukan koalisi global untuk memenangkan krisis kemanusiaan. Terus kayak Italia ngapain aja, terus kayak apa, mengapa gitu loh. Malah sama dia ngomong, gak
baca.
Gak bisa, gue tuh gak bisa. Gue tuh gak fokus. Jadi kamu mah bagus kan gitu. Jadi Naila lagi wah, serem banget kenal aja. Banyak kenalan di situ kayak serem kalau
tapi ya
negara kita aman. Iya sih, kita nggak ada masalah sama negara-negara lain, tapi kita ini masuknya ke dalam posisi USA. Kita tuh iya
kerjasama
sama Kanada gitu kan, Kanada, France, Germany gitu kan, karena kita masih satu apa sama USA. Iya kan, nanti kita ada sesi unmoderated ya ke apa itulah itu nanti kan kita di sana tuh
sumpah aku paling gak bisa cuma ngomong bahasa Inggris dong, sumpah demi apapun.
tanganmu di mana? Tanganmu di
Gimana sih?
oh lah karep bos. Oh gitu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, delegates. Thank you for coming in this morning hours of Saturday. So today we are about to commence the 10th annual diplomatic course of the Department of International Relations, Universitas Islam Indonesia. And I'm very honored to be the organizing to be the part of the organizing committee of this year's annual diplomatic course. Today, we will hold a simulation session for G20 Head of State Summit simulation that will be focusing on the topic of ensuring aid deliverance during humanitarian crisis. But before we are going to start the session, let us start the session by saying Basmalah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear delegates, as it is our tradition in the Department of International Relations, Universitas Islam Indonesia, first I would like to welcome all of the delegates here who have attended this session since the early July. And also I would like to welcome lecturers and professors who already attended the sessions for today. And today I hope that everyone would have a fruitful session and also a productive meetings together with all of the delegations here so that we can produce a draft solution and we can have great sessions afterwards. To open this diplomatic simulation, I would like to welcome Ms. Karina Utami Dewi to give an opening speech and to officially open all of the sessions of this diplomatic course and ambassador lecture that we will be having tomorrow. Ms. Karina Utami Dewi, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much, Pak Haza. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to apologize for how I sound because I'm not at my fittest condition right now. But of course, I cannot miss this event because it's so special. Anyway, of course, Honorable Deputy Head of International Relations, Ms. Masito, Honorable Head of Laboratories, Pak Haza, Ms. Ayu, Dr. Hasbi, and Ms. Dian, I suppose, at home, probably watching this right now. And the most special star of today, our first year students, the participant of this diplomatic course. I am so grateful to be here today. Alhamdulillah, Allah still give us opportunity for our department to hold the 10th annual diplomatic course of Department of International Relations. This is a tradition, an event or a program that has been continuously held for 10 years straight in our department since it's first established in 2014. And of course, we have come a long way, but I also remember there was a diplomatic course one time that I also had a cold like this, so some things might not change. Anyway, I'm trying to make it short, but I'm standing here in front of you today is basically hoping to convey our message to you as our fresh year students. Why we have this program. Of course, if you go into international relations, your hope is to be a diplomat, right? Although we never know what our career or what the future might take us, but we believe whatever it is that your future will take you, whatever career that you will choose after you graduate from here, we believe whatever skill and experience that you learn here today will be useful for your career. So we hope you make use of this opportunity as much as you can, because you will learn so much. You will learn how to collaborate with your teammate. You will learn how to work in a team. You will learn to use your English, of course, because this event will be held fully in English. And you will learn how to write and present your arguments. And you even learn how to dress formally, right? There's not much occasion of you requiring you to wear suits or blazers. So this is one of those events. And I see everyone looks so sharp and so ready to start today. And maybe it doesn't sound that much that important. Like why does it matter what we wear to an event? But let me tell you, it is one way to show respect. It is one way to show that you take this event seriously. So that's why the way you dress is also very important, and probably just as much important as what you prepared as an argument or as your position paper today. So I hope you don't let this opportunity go to waste and make use of it. Just gain as much as experience as you can. And lastly, I would like to also express my highest gratitude to our personnels and the team at Department of International Relations who have been working tirelessly, and I believe not having enough sleep, to prepare this event and make sure that it will be a success. Of course, first and foremost, I would show my highest appreciation to Pak Haza. Let's give a round of applause to Pak Haza, who have been coordinating this event, and Miss Ayu, also as the secretary of the team that prepared this event. And of course, all the staff at the Department of International Relations, Mbak Dia, Mbak Leli, Mas Akmal, Mas Dika, Mas Asrofi, and who am I missing? Mas Andika, Mas Febri. Okay, Mas Febri. Let's give another round of applause to them. Anyway, that concludes my speech today, and with that, I would hereby officially open the Diplomatic Course 2024 of Department of International Relations. Thank you so much, and good luck with the event for today and tomorrow. And apologize for anything that probably is not up to your liking. And that's it from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ms. Karina, for the kind words and also for officially opening the session. Delegates, I would like to remind you, as a head of the organizing committee here, that there will be awards for delegates who are performing their best in these sessions. And we'll be giving the awards separately for every chambers, which means that in Y20, C20, Ministerial Summit, and also Head of State Summit, there will be separate awards. So please remember to perform in your best manner so that you can get the awards that will be consisting of at least 4 different categories. The first one is the best delegates. The second one would be most outstanding delegates. The fourth one, the third one would be honorable mention, and the fourth one would be best position paper. So all of these awards will be discussed together by all of the lecturers of the Practice in Diplomacy class, and also with the chairpersons of this simulation. Okay, so once again, the purpose of this meeting is not only to simulate the G20 sessions, but also for you to be aware of the problems that we are facing right now, which is the problem of aid deliverance in humanitarian crisis. So we are all in solidarity with people of Palestine, with people of Ukraine, with people of Sudan. So whenever you are discussing all of this topic, please remember their plight, their suffering, so that you can find a comprehensive solution that would answer their plight. So without further ado, I would like to give the time to the chair to lead the session. Good luck. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, good morning, everyone. Before I proceed to the session, I'd like to remind you that during the session, you are not allowed to documenting everything, including pictures or videos, when you are giving your speech, as we need to maintain the formality of the session. I hope it's clear. So, all right, I hope it's clear. So before we begin the session, I'd like to conduct the roll call. So if I call your country's name, you may state present, starting from Delegate of African Union. Please turn on your microphone.
Africa Union, present.
Thank you, Delegate. European Union,
Present.
present. Thank you. Argentina,
Present.
present. Australia,
Present.
Brazil,
Present.
Canada,
The delegates of Canada are present.
China.
Present.
Thank you. France.
Present.
Thank you. Germany,
Present.
India.
Delegates of India present.
Thank you, Delegate. Indonesia,
Present.
Italy,
Present.
Japan,
Present.
South Korea,
Present.
Mexico,
Present.
Russia,
Present.
United Kingdom,
The UK is present.
United States. Calling once.
Delegate from United States is present.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia,
Saudi Arabia is present.
South Africa.
Delegates of South Africa are present and vote.
Noted. Last but not least, we have Turkey.
Delegates of Turkey are present.
All right. So currently, we have 21 delegates present. Then, in order to pass a single motion, we need at least 11 votes to pass a motion. Once again, in order to pass a single motion, we need at least 11 votes in favor. All right. So before we proceed to the general speakers list, chairs are looking for a specific motion to open the debate. Is there any motions on the floor? Hold on. Is there any motions on the floor to specifically open the debate? Please raise your placard immediately. I can see. France, please state your motion. Delegate of France, please state your motion.
Yes.
Sorry, apologize. It's supposedly Canada. Canada, please state your motion.
The delegates of Canada would like to propose a motion to open the debate.
All right, thank you. Under chair's discretion, this motion automatically passes. All right, so now we are moving to the general speakers list. On the general speakers list, all of you will have time to speak for 90 seconds. Starting from delegate of African Union, followed by delegate of Argentina, Australia, and so on. So, first delegate to speak during general speakers list for 90 seconds is African Union. Delegate of African Union, you have 90 seconds and the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Habibi Fatrazi, head of state of African Union. African Union is actually world leaders Delicious audience, and I'm honored to respect the African Union. This important G20 meeting. The African Union charters the voice, the aspiration of the more that of billion people and the spirits unity the shared property. The world of fighting multiple crises, including this COVID pandemic, the charging economic instability, war, and the sociality inequality. In Africa, climate change is having major impacts, and the millions of people, food security, and livelihoods. The African Union calls G20 countries strengthening contributing sustainable development. Encouraging economic growth, consider development and the social welfare. We call to inserted access to technology and innovation and investment and education to train your people. Digital is an opportunity to strengthen inclusive and cooperative global perspective. Let the work together to create the better world and a free country, equality, opportunity, the development and prosper. Thank you.
How would you like to yield your time? You still have around 50 seconds remaining. Sorry? How would you like to yield your time? Back to the chair, to another delegates, or for question and answer?
Meet the chair.
Back to the chair. Thank you. Next to speak is European Union. But before that, it's okay to sit when you are delivering your speech. Okay, European Union, you have 90 seconds. The floor is yours.
I would like to thank to the chairman and to all respected delegates and all attendees that has attended for this morning conference. In ensuring aid delivery in humanitarian crisis, we must recognize that humanitarian crises are preventable. They stem from conflicts which we must do more to prevent and resolve. However, even now, we can prevent its worst impacts if we act promptly and decisively. We urge all members of the international community to take action and do whatever they can, whether it's mobilizing support, putting political pressure on parties to the conflict, or funding humanitarian operation. Every effort counts. Let's not forget the lives of millions of people who depend on our collective ability to act. In our world of abundance, there's no excuse for inactions or the indifference. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. How would you like to yield your time? You still have around 30-ish remaining.
Back to the chair.
Thank you. Next to speak is Argentina. Delegate of Argentina, your 90 seconds start now.
Distinguished Head of State and Government, Honorable Minister, esteemed delegates, as the Head of State of Argentina, I stand before you to address a critical issue that demands our collective action. Ensuring the efficient delivery of humanitarian aid during crisis, Argentina, known for its solidarity and resilience, is committed to leading the charge in enhancing our global response capability. Our track record, including the successful program in Syria and our active participation in international aid missions, demonstrate our dedication to humanitarian efforts. To address this urgent challenge, Argentina proposed several key actions. We will invest significantly in healthcare infrastructure, focusing on constructing and modernizing hospitals and clinics in underserved areas. Our goal is to achieve universal health coverage, including subsidies for low-income families and expanding telemedic service. Additionally, we will strengthen food security by investing in agricultural infrastructure, supporting small-scale farmers through education programs, and improving logistics for equitable food distribution. Through this concerted effort, we can build a more resilient and responsive global community. Together, let us ensure that humanitarian aid reach those in need efficiently and effectively, saving life and elevating sovereignty across the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next speaker, please speak louder so everyone can hear your voice clearly. Next is Australia. Australia, your 90 seconds start whenever you're ready.
Dear colleagues, today we face urgent humanitarian crisis in Gaza, Ukraine, and the Horn of Africa. I stand here not as an expert, but as a concerned person. Emphasize the critical role humanitarian assistance plays in ensuring global stability, peace, and human dignity. Australia is committed to providing significant humanitarian assistance, working with the United Nations, the Red Cross, and other organizations to provide essential support. Our assistance is guided by principles of neutrality, impartiality, and humanity. Essential services such as healthcare, education, and sanitation are central to our efforts. Humanitarian assistance is a global responsibility that must be shared. Together, let us uphold our commitment to global stability and human dignity through strong humanitarian efforts. Thank you.
How would you like to use your time, Australia?
Back to Chair.
Thank you. Next to speak is Brazil. Delegate of Brazil, you may have the floor.
Honorable chairs and my fellow delegates, as we gather here today, let us cast our minds to the Amazon rainforest, the heart and lungs of our planet. Imagine, if you will, the vibrant biodiversity that thrives within its canopy and the indigenous communities that call it home. Yet, even this sanctuary is not immune to the shadows of global crisis. The delegation of Brazil is honored to participate in this conference. As we gather today, we are reminded to the importance of human rights and our role in upholding them. Brazil has a long history of fighting for human rights, and we are committed to continuing this fight. Our country has made significant progress in recent years, including the passage of the Children's and the Adolescents Law and the creation of the National Council for the Defense of Human Rights. We look forward to engaging in productive and respectful discussion with all delegates and working together to promote human rights and dignity for all. As young leaders and future policymakers, it's our responsibility to foster dialogue and cooperation to build a better, more just world. Let us seize this opportunity to network, share ideas, and work towards a common goal of peace and prosperity for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. How would you like to use your time?
Back to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next to speak is Canada. Delegate of Canada, you may begin your speech whenever you're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, as we convene at the G20 summit, we confront an urgent duty ensuring the timely and effective delivering of aid during humanitarian crisis. Canada is steadfastly committed to this mission, driven by our values of democracy, cooperation, and human rights. Crises in Gaza, Ukraine, and various African countries highlight the need for immediate coordinated action. Canada advocates for temporary ceasefire and humanitarian agreement to facilitate aid delivering and reduce suffering. Through initiative and funding mechanism, Canada provides crucial support to crisis-affected communities worldwide. Our effort in Ukraine, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen demonstrate our dedication to those in need. The Canadian Humanitarian Assistance Fund enables rapid responses to crises, ensuring emergency supplies reach the most vulnerable. International cooperation is essential. We urge all nations to join us in addressing conflict, ensuring the safety of humanitarian workers, and streamlining aid delivery. By working together, we can make a meaningful difference. Canada's commitment to resolving humanitarian issues is unwavering. Let us unite to provide relief, uphold human dignity, and build a better future for all. Thank you.
How would you like to use your time, Canada?
Back to the chair.
All right, thank you. Delegate of United Kingdom, do you have any point to raise?
Thank you, Chair. We would like to raise a point of personal privilege where is it possible to raise the air conditioner's temperature because it is too cold?
Could you repeat?
We would like to propose point of personal privilege where we would like to have the air conditioner's temperature to be raised. Is it possible?
Sorry, Delegate, is it too cold for you or is it too warm?
Yes, it is too cold.
All right, thank you, Delegates.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next to speak is Is it China? Okay. Next to speak is China. Reset the time. China, you have 90 seconds. The floor is yours.
Honorable Head of State, distinguished delegates. It is an honor to address the esteemed gathering today on the crucial topic of ensuring the efficient and effective delivery of humanitarian aid during crisis. Humanitarian emergency, whether natural disaster or conflicts, demand rapid, coordinated action to alleviate human suffering. China upholds principles of mutual respect, non-interference, and international cooperation in its humanitarian efforts. We have actively contributed to global aid from addressing the Ebola outbreak in West Africa to providing ongoing assistance in conflict zones in the Middle East. Our Belt and Road Initiative has strengthened infrastructure and changing resilience in part countries, while South-South cooperation has fostered knowledge sharing and capacity building. The China International Development Cooperation Agency ensure our aid is timely and effective. To further improve aid delivery, we propose three key: strengthening international partnership for coordinated response, investing in technology innovation to enhance logistics and communication, and expanding disaster response training programs to empower local communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is France. Delegate, you may begin your speech.
Peace be upon us all, diligent. It is with great honor and humility that I stand before you today as the President of the French Republic. On this historic occasion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude.
Sorry to interrupt. Please speak louder.
To the people of France for trusting me with this profound responsibility. France stands as a beacon of liberty, equality, and fraternity values that resonate not only within our borders but across the globe. Today, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment, facing both challenges and opportunities that demand our collective strength and vision. From economic revitalization to environmental stewardship, from social justice to global cooperation, our commits are resolute. I pledge to lead our nation with integrity, guided by the principle of inclusivity and solidarity. Together, we will forge a future where every citizen can thrive, where if innovation there is prosperity, and where our cultural heritage flourishes in harmony with modernity. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate.
Back to the chair.
Next to speak is Germany. Delegate of Germany, you may have the floor.
There is no better life than peace. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Throughout the 20th century has led to various humanitarian crises around the world, which is from prolonged conflict, climate change, and natural disaster, which has opened our eyes independently to see how violence, crying, condemnation, fear, and trauma due to cause of the humanitarian crisis. Furthermore, we wish ethnicity comes from Europe, both from ethnicity, race, culture, and religion are different from others, as a pioneer of availability to help countries involved in the humanitarian crisis. Based on the history we have experienced, we do not want similar event to happen again. So therefore, we always feel involved every time there is a humanitarian crisis that happened in part of the world. As representative, Germany, we are always ready to accommodate refugees when seeking asylum, both from any ethnicity or country involved in this humanitarian crisis. So therefore, we have a policy, the name is Abender policy, to accommodate refugees from Syria and also help for in the form social assistance channel to refugees from Ukraine. From some of the past action that we have gone through that make our country with the title a culture of being welcoming. The world should not be silent to see this even continue because every human being has the freedom and right to live in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is India. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Namaste. Dear Mr. President, imagine a world where no one is left behind, where every individual, regardless of their circumstances, has access to the aid they desperately need. This is not just a vision. It's a call to action that we must heed at this G20 summit under the theme, ensuring a deliverance during the humanitarian crisis. As today, we stand united in the face of the global humanitarian crisis that is worsening day by day. From conflict, displacement, poverty, epidemics, to the natural disasters have combined to create a situation where human rights and dignity are seriously compromised. Yet here, India doesn't give up any hope. We stand as a testament to the power of cooperation and timely assistance. As the aim to ensure a delivery during the humanitarian crisis, we undermark certain essential strategies, from improving infrastructure or maintaining diplomatic efforts and partnerships, as well as adopting self-help groups or SHGs for a long-term recovery. Here, India is ready to collaborate with all the G20 members to implement these noble endeavors. We do believe that when we together, we can ensure that humanitarian aid reaches everyone in need, provides hope for all, and as well as restores a just life for impacted actors. Now let's commit as proof of our global solidarity in a real action.
All right, thank you so much. Before we proceed to Indonesia, I'd like to remind you once again to speak clearly by opening your mouth so we can hear to what you say. Next to speak is Indonesia. Delegate of Indonesia, you're on the second. Start whenever you're ready.
My respect, world leaders, delegates of G20 member countries, and all those present here. Today, we gather in the spirit of solidarity and humanity to discuss a very important theme, namely ensuring aid deliverance during humanitarian crisis in an increasingly complex global context. The humanitarian challenges we face are even more pressing, from armed conflict to natural disasters. Millions of people in different parts of the world are struggling to survive. As a nation that upholds humanitarian values, Indonesia is committed to being part of the solution because Indonesia believes there is no country can face this crisis alone, so collaboration between countries is needed to ensure that the assistance channel is not only fast, but right on target and sustainable. Here, Indonesia invites all G20 member countries to contribute and unite in this effort so that we can all develop more effective mechanisms for aid delivery and ensure aid reaches the people most in need. We must also strengthen the capacity of international institutions in handling humanitarian crises so that humanitarian assistance can be managed properly and clearly. Let us show that we are a global community that cares and ready to act. We can overcome this hardship and give hope to millions of people in distress with a spirit of cooperation. Thank you for all your attention. May this meeting bring tangible results and benefit humanity.
All right, thank you. Germany, could you please turn off your microphone? All right, thank you. Next to speak is Italy. Delegate of Italy, you may have the floor.
The Honorable discussed college, esteemed head of state and honored guests. Compassion, sensitivity, and respect for human dignity have guided Italy's humanitarian aid efforts throughout its history. We've discovered that timely and effective assistance can make the difference between hope and despair. However, the obstacles we face are enormous. First, we must prioritize readiness and prompt response. Investing in early warning system and disaster preparedness can help to save life and reduce long-term crisis expenses. Second, aid delivery should be efficient and transparent to guarantee that aid research reach people in most need as quickly as possible. We must streamline processes, improve coordinations among international agencies, and harness technology. Corruption and mismanagement must be eliminated in order to retain trust and effectiveness. Furthermore, alliances are essential. Government, international organizations, non-governmental organizations, and the corporate sector must work together seamlessly. Through the collaborations, we may pool resources, share best practice, and involve to meet our issues. I urge everyone to reform our commitment to effective aid delivery during humanitarian situations. Let us work together, motivated by shared principles and humanity.
Your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next is Japan. Delegate of Japan, you may have the floor.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, and the most esteemed guests.
Could you please speak louder?
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, and the most esteemed guests, I stand here with you all today as representative of Japan.
Apologies, delegates, speak louder. Probably you can take it off.
Where we gathered to discuss the important theme ensuring the delivery of aid during the humanitarian crisis. In recent years, humanitarian crises have become a topic of great concern. The world has become chaotic with many crises and war happening. This makes me, as a representative of Japan, try to find solutions to this crisis. We are bringing this crisis into this forum to help each other face the crisis in this world together. We, as a representative of Japan, have taken several steps towards the ongoing humanitarian crisis, we will continue to try to collaborate with international organizations and other countries to fight this humanitarian crisis together and create a safe and comfortable world. With the spirit of collaboration and innovation, let's start this discussion and together create positive change for the world. Thank you.
How would you like to yield your time?
Back to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next to speak is South Korea. Delegate of South Korea, you may have the floor.
안녕하세요. Honorable leaders of the G20 nation, esteemed guests and fellow members of the international community. I stand before today as head of state of South Korea to address a pressing issue that affects us all, the humanitarian crisis. For the past few decades, the world has been hit by a humanitarian crisis, whether has the work of nature or human hands. It does not make one of them for us not to help fellow human beings. We need to remember the past few decades, the Yemeni crisis, present the Syrian crisis, present the African food, the crisis, poverty, Israel and Hamas, Russia and Ukraine, destruction, hunger, natural disaster, even worse, are still ringing on the expanse of the earth. Now we have gathered to hold hands to solve the problems of this world crisis. We as head of state of South Korea hereby commit to
Apologies, South Korea, your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
All right, next to speak is Mexico. You only have 90 seconds to deliver a speech. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates and co-chair and chair, I would like to highlight in the 21st century, the humanitarian crisis is a conflict of great concern. Humanitarian crises have become conflicts where these situations are very tense and dangerous that occur in various regions of the world. Humanitarian crises are caused by many factors, especially differences in race, religion, ethnicity, and other factors in political instability and natural disasters. The occurrence of this global humanitarian crisis has caused a large number of victims and caused many people to be forced to leave their homes and seek refuge in other countries. As in the case of current humanitarian crisis, namely the crisis that occurred in the Middle East, Ukraine, Russia, but also Mexico itself is experiencing a humanitarian crisis in the case of drugs, where this case involves cases such as violence, which is unnatural, but in the values of culture, of machismo, it is seen as normal. This is a policy failure and is exacerbated by the government's failure to minimize the business activities of organized groups. Moreover, these criminal acts include kidnappings, violence against women, and rape, which have the added impact of being objectified for the purpose of undermining power and posing a threat to competitors. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Gentle reminder, since you guys are representing the whole country, please refrain yourself by addressing yourself as I. So you can address yourself by saying we, or this delegate of Indonesia, or the delegate of Canada. I hope it's clear. Next to speak is Russia. Delegate of Russia, you may have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we address a global humanitarian crisis brought on by a prolonged conflict affecting numerous countries. Russia, a nation committed to justice and peace, strongly condemns actions exacerbating this crisis, particularly the sanction imposed by the US and its allies. The sanctions have worsened conditions in Palestine, Yemen, Syria, and Afghanistan, among others. Russia has responded to this crisis by providing significant humanitarian aid. We have delivered over 480 tons of logistical support to Gaza, sent tens of tons of food to Afghanistan, and contributed millions of dollars through the UN World Food Program to Yemen and Syria. Our effort reflects our commitment to dignity and peace, opposing any form of world dominating through power. The international community must act decisively. We urge the cessation of conflict and the lifting of economic sanctions that block humanitarian aid. Together, we can strive for a just, civilized, human, and peaceful global order. Thank you.
How would you like to yield your time, delegate?
Back to the chair.
Thank you. Next to speak is United Kingdom. Delegate of United Kingdom, the floor is yours.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the world is grappling with unprecedented surge in humanitarian crisis. Conflict, natural disasters, and pandemic like COVID-19 inflict untold suffering upon millions. The United Kingdom, with a legacy of humanitarian action dating back centuries, stand ready to address the challenge head on. Our commitment to humanitarian principle is unwavering. We have consistently provided aid based on need, upholding impartiality and neutrality. We collaborate closely with our Troika partners and a network of key alliances, recognizing that collective action is essential in today's interconnected world. However, we must acknowledge the evolving nature of this crisis. To truly make a difference, we propose a multi-pronged approach. Investing in early warning system, enhancing access to effective population even in conflict zones, exploring innovative financing mechanisms, empowering local communities, and prioritizing data sharing for efficient resource allocation. The United Kingdom is dedicated to working with the global community to build a more resilient and compassionate world. Together, we can overcome these challenges and ensure that aid reaches to those we need it most, when they need it most. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next to speak is United States. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Honorable delegates, regarding the current case, I am very concerned in a deliverance and humanitarian crisis. The current humanitarian situation in Ukraine, Yemen, and many states are dire. With the threat of widespread famine looming large, addressing the crisis requires a concerted international effort. The delegate from United States urges all nations to play their part in preventing future violence and ensuring unimpeded access to humanitarian aid. Only through international cooperation and unwavering commitment to human rights can we alleviate the suffering of the civilian state. The representative of the United States, we gather today to address a critical issue, ensuring effective aid distribution during humanitarian crisis. The United States, a steadfast supporter of global humanitarian effort, stand before you committed to addressing the pressing challenge of aid distribution amid this ongoing crisis. We advocate, the delegate from the United States, advocate for peaceful dispute resolution under UN Charter, support negotiation and mediation to uphold international law and promote lasting peace. Let us unite in our mission to protect and support those in need worldwide. Thank you.
How would you like to yield your time? You still have around 18 minutes remaining.
Back to the chair.
Sorry, thank you so much, Delegate. Next is Saudi Arabia. Delegate of Saudi Arabia, you may have the floor.
Thank you. My esteemed leaders and distinguished friends. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
You don't need to answer.
In this lovely day, we would like to send you a peaceful message to all of the G20 members and delegates in this room. Aid deliverance and humanitarian crisis is a very serious problem in our society. We would like to invite all of the members to solve this issue so those who suffer get to know how it feels to live without any fear. So those who suffer can live a better life. All of us are here today to prevent those to becoming catastrophe, since we have the power to end this issue. Let us unite and strengthen our will to solve this issue, so they can truly feel how it is to be healthy, how it is to be free, and how it is to believe. Thank you.
How would you like to yield your time? You still have 45 seconds.
Back to the chair. Thank you.
Got it. Next to speak is South Africa. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Chairman, heads of nations that I respect, and distinguished guests. Our father, Nelson Mandela, once said, "Our struggle for freedom and justice was a collective effort. It is in your hands now to create a better world for all who live in it." This message is perpetual fire for South Africa to always take a side belonging to humanity. The humanitarian crisis that occur around the world cannot be left without a helping hand from all of us. Children who starve till death, women who lost their husbands and children, old people who languish in refugee camps. They're all human beings, just like the rest of us. They have the right to live. They have the right to food, shelter, education, and health care. They have human rights, as mentioned in UDHR chapter 24. The South African government stands at the forefront to defend humanity. We are the only country in the world that dares to sue Israel to the ICJ for war crimes and genocide against our Palestinian brothers and sisters to provide them with material assistance. We send financial aid for earthquake assistance in Syria. We send basic food and medicine for conflict in Somalia. We do all this solely because our sense of responsibility towards humanity. Not a political matter, not an economical matter, but because of humanity.
Apologies, delegate. Your time has elapsed. Next to speak is Turkey. Delegate of Turkey, you may have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the humanitarian crisis is one of the biggest challenges facing the world today. Armed conflicts, natural disasters, and political instability have caused millions of people to suffer and lose access to basic necessities such as food, water, and healthcare. In many parts of the world, particularly in the Middle East and Africa, the situation is exacerbated by climate change and global pandemics. Then, Palestine under Israeli occupation and Russia war in Ukraine. The effective and efficient delivery of humanitarian aid is critical to saving lives and alleviating the suffering of those affected. Turkey, with its long history of providing humanitarian assistance, recognizes the urgency of improving aid delivery mechanism to make them faster, safer, and better targeted. Turkey is exerting efforts to provide humanitarian assistance quickly to those in need within the limits of its possible and without discrimination against race, religion, or gender. In addition, Turkey always supports and contributes to international efforts to assist humanitarian crises and ensure that humanitarian aid can reach all people in need without discrimination. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Delegate of Turkey. With that said, we just finished the first junior speakers list. So now we proceed to a motion. Those of you who wish to raise a motion, please raise your please raise your placard immediately. I can see. Delegate of South Africa, please state your motion.
Okay, delegates of South Africa would like to propose a motion for 20 minutes in total and 2 minutes for individual.
Sorry, Delegate, could you repeat and specify your motion? Specify your motion.
Okay, the motion is strengthening international cooperation and funding during the humanitarian crisis.
So I assume this is a moderated caucus, right? I assume you are proposing a moderated caucus.
Yeah.
All right. And yes, wait a second. And could you repeat your motion? Strengthening
international cooperation.
Strengthening international cooperation.
And
Hold
funding.
On. Wait a second. Strengthening international cooperation. And
funding.
And funding.
During
the
humanitarian crisis.
The humanitarian crisis. All right. Mention the duration.
20 minutes.
20 minutes in total
and 2 minutes individual.
Okay, 20 to 2. 2 minutes.
Yep.
All right, that is in order. Thank you, South Africa. Are there any motions on the floor? Please wait a second. Are there any motions on the floor? Please raise your placard. Delegate of India.
The delegates of India would like to raise a motion for the moderated caucus for 20 minutes in total and 1 minute individual speaking time to discuss the welfare of women and children affected by the crisis.
Could you repeat your motion?
The welfare of women and children affected by the crisis.
Welfare of women and children affected by crisis. Of women and children. Children affected by crisis. Affected. All right, that is in order. Thank you, India. One more. Are there any motions on the floor? Wait a second. I know you guys are excited. Are there any motions on the floor? Please raise your placard. European Union, please state your motion.
The delegations of European Union would like to propose a moderate caucus for 20 minutes with 2 minutes of speaking time per delegation on the protection of humanitarian workers and children.
Protection of you, sorry?
Humanitarian workers and children.
Okay, protection of humanitarian workers. Of workers. Yeah. And?
Children.
Children. For 20 minutes and 1 minute individual speaking time, correct?
2 minutes per
Okay,
delegation.
20 to 2. That is in order. Thank you so much. So now, we have 3 motions on the floor, as you guys can see on the screen, coming from South Africa, India, and European Union. So, we're going to vote from the most descriptive motion first, coming from South Africa, to have a 20 minutes unmoderated caucus to discuss strengthening international cooperation and funding during humanitarian crisis. Those of you who are in favor of this motion, kindly raise your placard immediately. In favor or agree to discuss this topic, please raise your placard. Remember, in order to pass this motion, we need at least 11 votes. And please hold it like this, high and firm, so we can see it clearly. Like this. Hold it like this. We're still counting. Once again, those of you who are in favor of this motion, kindly raise your placard immediately. Okay, this motion automatically passes with 12 in favor. Delegate of South Africa, would you like to speak first or last?
We would like to speak last.
All right, then we will entertain 9 speakers before Delegate of South Africa. South Africa is the last? Okay. Those of you who wish to be added as the speaker, please raise your placard. Russia, Canada, moderated caucus to discuss about strengthening international cooperation and funding during humanitarian crisis. We still need 7 delegates to speak upon this motion. Those of you who are in Brazil, yes, raise your placard immediately. Argentina. Yes, raise your placard. Who's that? Italy, Australia, I can see. Turkey, Germany. How many speakers we? South Korea, Indonesia, European Union, African Union, apologize. How many speakers we have? 1 more, yeah? Oh, okay. Okay. African Union is not in order. Then the last speaker will be South Africa. All right. Thank you. So, Delegate of Canada, you have 2 minutes to speak upon this motion, and you may have the floor.
Distinguished delegates and esteemed college, We gather today to strengthen our collective ability to deliver humanitarian aid effectively and efficiently. Humanitarian crises know no borders, and only through incisive international cooperation can we meet this challenge. Canada is committed to fostering strong partnership to improve aid, reach, and impact. Our experience in Ukraine, Sudan, and Yemen has shown that no nation can address this issue alone. By uniting our efforts and resources, we can maximize effectiveness and ensure timely aid delivery. International cooperation allows us to pool our strength, whether financial support, logistic, medical supplies, or trained personnel. A coordinated response chances global solidarity, sending a powerful message of unity and trust. We propose establishing joint task force among G20 countries, creating shared digital platforms for real-time coordination, and forming pooled funding mechanism for quick resource mobilization. Overcoming political and logistical barriers together will ensure the safety of humanitarian works and the efficiency of our operation. Let us seize.
Sorry to cut you off, Delegate. Your
Thank
time
you.
has elapsed.
Thank you.
Next to speak is Russia. Your 2 minutes begin whenever you're ready.
Before we give the solution for this matter, we want to mention about what are causing Palestine, Yemen, Syria, and Afghanistan experiencing extremely humanitarian catastrophic. This is because, like the United States, their sanctions really exacerbated humanitarian aid distribution to be delivered to these people that affected by the conflict. We cannot talk about the strengthening international cooperation or about the funding, but we have to see the first root or the main root of these causes is because of the U.S. arrogance. Like they are the one who causing this crisis by blockade any humanitarian aid to be delivered to these conflicted countries. So that's why like 75% of Yemeni, 85% of Gazan residents, 90% of Afghani population, and half of the Syrian people are in starvation. So our solution is like we need to raise our voice of opportunities, especially for the third world countries, to raise their bravery against this dominating power that want to destroy our global peace order. So that's why together we can build our better future without like any dominating system that can exacerbate the situation. Thank you. Back to the chair.
All right, thank you so much, Russia. Next is Brazil. Delegate of Brazil, you may have the floor.
I would say thank you for the chair for organizing the delegate of Brazil to talk about the concern of our country, Brazil. Brazil has always been involved in cooperation to ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid, both with other countries and with international organizations. Various actions have been realized by Brazil in terms of distributing humanitarian assist, starting from the country regional to the global level, and the IBSA Fund project was established in 2004 and began operation in 2006. The project is a form of cooperation between three developing countries. The project worked with participants by canceling financial assist to support need-driven projects through partnerships and government initiative intended expression of solidarity between the country. The collaboration between Brazil and international organizations to address the crisis of zero hunger is an important step in effort to address the global issue of hunger. We have been involved in various collaboration with international organizations to achieve the goal of zero hunger, which involve various programs and policies to reduce hunger level in the country of worldwide. Our significant collaboration is with the Food and Agriculture of Organization, FAO, and the World Food Program. Through in cooperation, Brazil has been involved in the food. Moreover, has solution to straight compromise among the development countries.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Your time has elapsed. Next to speak is Argentina. Delegate of Argentina, you may have the floor.
To strengthen international cooperation and funding for humanitarian crises, Argentina would like to propose multilateral engagement, work closely with international organizations like the United Nations, World Bank, and International Monetary Fund to coordinate aid efforts, actively participate in global forums and conferences to share best practices and align strategies. And also, we would like to propose securing the necessary fund. To secure the necessary funding, we advocate for the establishment of an international humanitarian aid fund. This fund, supported by contribution from member countries, private sector partners, and international organizations, will provide the financial resources needed for immediate and sustained responses to crisis. Transparency in fund management and allocation, along with regular audits, will ensure that resources are used effectively and reach those in need. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak is Australia. Delegate of Australia, you may have the floor.
Okay. On this occasion, we representative from Australia would like to emphasize the importance of strengthening international cooperation and funding in the face of the global humanitarian crisis. As a country with a strong commitment to global partnership, we believe that only through close and strategic collaboration can we address increasingly complex humanitarian challenges. We therefore present Australia's position and initiative to strengthen more effective, sustainable international cooperation. We, the delegation from Australia, are committed to global partnership with a focus on the regional cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. Participation in multilateral forums such as the UN and G20 and strategic partnership with allies such as the US, European Union, and UK. We also seek to increase humanitarian funding and deliver target assistance to the most vulnerable population, prioritizing women, children, and marginalized communities. Australia also invests in local capacity building as a measure to reduce reliance on external assistance and promote sustainable development. In addition, Australia supports the use of technology to improve early warning system and disaster response coordination, and encourage collaboration between governments, NGOs, and the private sector to develop innovative solutions for crisis management. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Gentle reminder. During this session, you are not allowed to take any pictures or videos, as we need to maintain the formality of the session. Once again, taking picture or videos during the session, during the formal session, is not allowed, as we want to maintain the formality of the session. I hope it's clear. Next to speak is Italy. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the opportunity to talk. In dealing with humanitarian crisis, Italy police include emergency relief took the delivery of emergency food, medicines, and basic supplies. Long-term recovery took supporting infrastructure, reconstruction, and long-term economy recovery and multilateral cooperation by working with international organizations and other countries to improve its effectiveness. Thank you.
Are you done already?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Next is Turkey. Delegate of Turkey, you may have the floor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we gathered here today, we confront the stark realities of humanitarian crisis that affect millions across the globe. Turkey, with its deep-rooted commitment to humanitarian assistance, recognizes the urgent need for strengthening international cooperation and funding to effectively address this challenge. To tackle this crisis, we must establish a robust international humanitarian task force that coordinates efforts among nations, NGOs, and international organizations. This task force would facilitate the efficient delivery of aid, ensuring that resources are allocated where they are needed most. We must also prioritize funding mechanisms that are flexible and responsive to the evolving nature of humanitarian needs. Turkey has consistently advocated for increased funding for humanitarian efforts. We believe that investing in humanitarian assistance is not just a moral obligation but a strategic necessity. By pooling our resources and expertise, we can create a more effective response to crisis, ultimately saving lives and restoring dignity to those affected. Moreover, we must address the political barriers that often hinder access to humanitarian aid. The international community must unite to uphold the principle of international humanitarian law, ensuring that aid reaches those in need without obstruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is Germany. Delegate, you may have the floor.
As a pioneer of peace missions, one of the action that international subjects want to realize is to strengthen international cooperation, especially in the economic sector, to overcome the problems of humanitarian crisis that occur in affected countries. Germany's strong intention to spread peace and will always support international cooperation, and we want international cooperation to run properly in the name of human rights and people's freedom. As happened in Palestine, we urge international action to overcome the problems that occur due to human rights violations when conflicts occurs. International cooperation is needed to secure the delivery of aid in conflict areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is South Korea. Delegate, you may have the floor.
As one of the world's largest economies, South Korea has the capacity to provide significant humanitarian assistance and has demonstrated a strong commitment to international humanitarian efforts, especially in recent decades. South Korea has become an increasingly important and active donor in providing humanitarian assistance to countries in crisis. It has contributed and cooperated in international cooperation in emergency relief and development, focused on developing countries, bilateral and multilateral cooperation, partnership with international organizations such as the UN, UNICEF, to improve the effectiveness of humanitarian aid and the International Red Cross. South Korea also cooperated with the International Red Cross in providing humanitarian assistance to victims of armed conflicts and natural disasters in several countries affected by humanitarian crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Last to speak is South Africa. Delegate, you may have the floor.
As head of state, in looking at policy solutions related to distribution of aid during humanitarian crisis, we invite G20 countries to commit to providing security assistance. There are several strategies and all forms of action that can be taken to ensure effectiveness and efficiency in these efforts. First, it is important for the head of state to strengthen coordination mechanism between government institutions related to the distribution of humanitarian aid, such as establishing a cross-departmental working team that is directly responsible for planning, managing, and evaluating aid programs. Second, strengthen international and regional cooperation networks in terms of providing humanitarian assistance. This can be done through active collaboration with multilateral organizations such as the UN, WHO, and OCHE, as well as regional organizations such as the African Union. And the last, promote fundraising through government bodies that manage public funds, such as the National Work Agency, Ministry of Social Affairs, or Ministry of Foreign Affairs of each G20 member country. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of South Africa. With that said, this Moderated Caucus has just elapsed. So now we move to another motions. Okay. So those of you who wish to raise a motion, kindly raise your placard immediately. Okay. Delegate of South Korea, please start your motion.
Okay, we are South Korea want to propose the motion in moderate caucus.
Moderated Caucus?
Yeah.
Okay, by South Korea. What is your motion?
The motion is crisis education and health in Timor-Leste.
Previous?
Crisis education.
Previous crisis education, am I correct?
Yeah, and health in Timor-Leste.
Okay, and health in Timor-Leste.
Yeah.
Previous, okay. Timor-Leste, at previous before the crisis. Previous, all right. For how long? For how long? South Korea?
22nd minutes.
20 seconds?
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Okay.
And individual speaking time?
2 minutes.
Okay, 20 to 2. That is in order. Thank you. Are there any motions on the floor? Delegate of China, please start your motion.
We would like propose moderated caucus.
Okay, moderated caucus by China. What is your motion?
How to ensure that the aid distributed is well received?
I don't get it. Could you repeat?
How to ensure that the aid distributed is well received?
Sorry?
How to ensure?
Oh, apologies. When you are proposing a motion, you are not allowed to propose it in the questions form. So it's supposed to be in the sentence.
Okay.
Do you want to rephrase your motion probably?
Okay, boleh.
Do you want to rephrase your motion, China?
Okay. I would like to implement. I would like to propose to implement blockchain for transparent aid distribution.
Implement the blockchain?
Yes, blockchain for transparent aid distributions.
In distribution. So, yeah, in involvement, blockchain in distribution, is it correct, China?
Yeah, motion to implement.
Oh,
blockchain.
implement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion
Hold on.
to implement.
Wait a second. Implement blockchain
for transparent for transparent
for transparent
aid distributions.
the distribution.
Aid.
Implement blockchain or transparent in distribution. Could you probably explain what does it mean, since three of us don't get it?
I think like it's to change the transparency and accountability in distributions of the
Thank you, delegate. For how long?
For 20.
Sorry?
20 minutes and 1 minute.
20?
Yes.
Okay, 20 to 1. All right. That is in order. Thank you. Next is other. We have to write. Other emotions on the floor? Is it Japan? Japan. All right. Delegate of Japan.
We would like to propose moderate caucus.
Okay. Moderated caucus. What is your moderated caucus topic?
How to overcome and minimize the impact of disaster that occur.
Could you please make it shorter? And be careful.
Overcome and minimize the impact of disaster.
Minimizing the impact of disaster. Is it correct?
Yep.
The impact.
Minimum.
The duration, sorry, delegate?
20 minutes.
20 minutes. And individual speaking time?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. 20 to 2. Okay. Okay, all good? Okay. So currently we have 3 motions coming from South Korea, China, and Japan. But we're going to vote from the most descriptive coming from South Korea to have a 20 minutes moderated caucus to discuss about previous crisis, education, and health in Timor-Leste. Those of you who are in favor or agree to discuss this motion, kindly raise your placard immediately. Calling once. Yes, raise your placard. If you want to discuss further this topic, please raise your placard. Those of you who are against, remember all of you are required to vote, no one can abstain. Those of you who are against or disagree to discuss this motion from South Korea, please raise your placard. Hold it like this, okay? How many times do I have to tell you to hold it like this? Hold on, we're still counting. It's 11. Okay, but it means fail. Yeah, it fails. Okay, this motion failed. Next is moderated caucus from China discussing implement blockchain for transparent in distribution. Those of you who are in favor of this motion, please raise your placard. You are required to vote. No one can abstain. Just raise your placard without doubt. If you want to discuss this topic further, once again, those of you who are in favor, kindly raise your placard. In favor, agree, hold it like this. We are still counting. There's only 7 votes. Calling once, calling twice. Those of you who are against or disagree to discuss this motion. Disagree. You cannot vote twice. You only can vote once. There's only 4 who are against. Okay, this motion failed. Last motion. If this motion failed, we're going to go back to the general speakers list. Last motion from Japan, minimizing the impact of disaster for 20 minutes and 2 minutes individual speaking time. Those of you who want to discuss further the motion from Japan, kindly raise your placard immediately. We need at least 11 votes to pass this motion. If this motion failed, we're going to go back to the general speakers list. Please vote. We only have 9, 10. This motion passed. Thank you. Delegate of Japan, would you like to speak first or last?
Last.
Delegate of Japan would like to speak last. Then we will entertain 9 more speakers before Delegate of Japan. Those of you who wish to speak upon this motion, kindly raise your placard now. Who's that? South Africa? You've been recognized, South Africa? Hold on. South Africa. You've been recognized. Please lower your placard. United Kingdom. Okay, United Kingdom. India. Okay, you've been recognized. United States. African Union. France. Indonesia. We have 6, 7. Turkey. Delegate of Turkey. Turkey have been recognized. Please lower down your placard. So, okay. It's already 10. Okay, all good. So, Delegate of South Africa, you have 2 minutes to speak upon this motion. You may have the floor.
Okay, we are from delegates of Africa, also have experienced much of disasters. And we have 3 solutions for the, we propose 3 solutions for this discussion topic. First of all, we have to promote fundraising through governmental bodies that manage public funds, such as National Wakaf, Ministry of Social Affairs, or Ministry of Foreign Affairs for each G20 member for helping another countries that experience a disaster. Second, G20 voluntaries, namely sending professional volunteers in education and health to the victim camps to care for refugees and teach children there. Each country can facilitate its citizens to become volunteers in conflict countries, in the experienced by disaster countries with adequate training. And the third is building religious facilities in the country that experienced the disaster, and ensuring that refugees can carry out religious activities. Religious issue in the victim camps must be considered. By building the place of worship, the victims can carry out worship according to their respective beliefs. Thank you.
Next is India. Delegate, you have 2 minutes. The floor is yours. Delegate of India. Calling once.
Okay, thank you. In international rapid mitigation warning and adequate technology, it can certainly reduce casualty when natural disaster occurs. This must continue to be approached to mitigate as little as possible. How many lives can we save with sophisticated technology and rapid disaster information? Moreover, the Apache area still have many infrastructure gaps. We propose G20 initiative to strengthen early warning rapid response system in vulnerable country and encouraging the development of new technology and the exchange of information to improve crisis preparedness response. Thank you.
Next to speak is United Kingdom. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, minimizing the impact of disasters demands a proactive and comprehensive approach. The United Kingdom is committed to advancing strategies that reduce the devastating effects of disasters. Our efforts begin with enhancing early warning systems through technologies like artificial intelligence and satellite imagery, enabling us to anticipate and mitigate crises effectively. Improving access to affected populations is also crucial. We explore innovative delivery mechanisms such as drones and leverage diplomatic efforts to secure humanitarian access, ensuring aid reaches even the most challenging environments. Empowering local organizations and youth is another key focus. By providing training, resources, and support, we enhance their capacity to manage and recover from disasters, fostering local resilience and sustainable development. Additionally, we are exploring creative financing solutions, including humanitarian impacts, bonds, and blockchain technology for transparent aid tracking to maximize aid effectively and accountability. In conclusion, the UK is dedicated to leading efforts in disaster impact reduction through innovation, collaboration, and empowerment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, United Kingdom. Next to speak is United States. Delegate of United States, the floor is yours.
Thanks for the opportunity. To minimalize, we as the delegates of United States, for minimalizing the disaster, address the economic and humanitarian needs for people affected by, such as the conflict in Ukraine crisis caused by Russia, based on realizing and strengthening prosperous and secure Ukraine more closely. We integrate the 7.8 billion will be used to budget support and minimalizing the disaster for border protection and medicine. And in Ossetia back in 28, Russia recognizing them just because Ossetia's and secession from Russia. I, the delegate of America, use power as the impact of America's monetary and aid to Ukraine in form the medicine and fulfilled by the aid in minimalizing the disaster. Resulting in several humanitarian cases, I urge collective action to deploy peacekeeping forces to conflict-prone areas. Thank you. Back to the chair.
Thank you. Reminder, there is no yielding during the moderated caucus. Who's that? Delegate of Brazil, do you have any point to raise?
I would like to raise the point of privilege, personal privilege. May I use the restroom?
Of course.
Okay, thank you,
You
Chair.
may go. And if you want to go to the restroom, you may just go without proposing points of personal privilege. Yeah, unless all of you want to go to the restroom. Next to speak is African Union. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to address the crucial issue that affect the every corner of the globe, minimizing the impact in disaster. The firstly line the defense the predecessors by inventing the early warning system. Infrastructure realize the and community education, we can save the countless lives and reduce economic losses. Prepared communities are the empowered communities are ready to face the challenge that come to their way. Furthermore, the disaster risk reduction must intelligent into development, police and the planning, the means adaptation, sustainable practice, including building codes, and the protecting a natural environment which serves both against the calamity. The international cooperation played a vital role in the interfaith sharing, knowledge, resource, and the technology in chess or the collective capability to respond to and recover from the disaster. And through resiliency and partnership, we can build a safe and more resilient world. Lastly, we must support the strategy local capitalists, empower the communities leader there on the disaster risk regulation issue, then solution the resorted to their specific the context. And then last a commission measuring the impact disaster talk to president's sustainable and development, international cooperation and the local environment. Together we can turn accountability with reliance and create a future where our society are not suffering but thriving. Thank you.
Thank you, African Union. Next to speak is Australia. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Okay, thank you. We delegates from Australia efforts to minimize the impact of disaster. We recognize the importance of building community resilience. We encourage active community participants in planning and decision-making process and support disaster-resilient infrastructure and public service. We also advocate for the importance of disaster insurance and sustainable economic recovery so that communities can bounce back after a disaster. Australia is committed to continue to strengthen our policy framework and concerned action to minimize the impact of disaster. We believe that through prevention, preparedness, and strong international cooperation, we can create a more resilient and empowering world. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Gentle reminder to speak louder. Next is France. Delegate of France, you may have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, France has taken various measures to minimize the impact of disaster, especially in relation to climate change and the risks of natural disaster. Here are some of the strategies implemented. Water use restriction in response to the impact of the dry winter. France is planning water use restriction in some regions starting March. The move aims to manage water restriction more efficiently and reduce the risk of drought that could impact agriculture and clean water supply. International cooperation. France is active in international cooperation to address disaster risks. Disaster risk research and studies. France is also involved to studying the causes of disasters such as the earthquakes, to better understanding potential future risks. Through research association, France seeks to identify factors that can trigger disaster and develop more effective mitigation strategies. Application of local wisdom. Managing local wisdom in disaster mitigation is also a concurrent. France seeks to learn and apply local practices that have proven effective in reducing disaster risks, which can serve as model for strategies in other regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is Indonesia. Delegate of Indonesia, you may have the floor.
Thank you. Indonesia has implemented various strategies to mitigate the impact of international disaster, focusing on community preparedness and international cooperation. The country actively proposed disaster management standards at international forums, aiming to enhance early warning system and community-based disaster management. Indonesian national standardization against the has established 23 national standards related to disaster management, which have been recognized internationally. Furthermore, collaboration with ASEAN and Japan emphasizes strengthening disaster response mechanisms and funding strategies to reduce economic losses and casualties from disaster, reflecting Indonesia's commitment to global disaster resilience efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Turkey. Delegate of Turkey, you may have the floor.
Okay, from us, Turkey can take to minimize the disaster impact of humanitarian crisis. it is important that we build a well-coordinated real system. In humanitarian crisis, time is very crucial factor. Therefore, coordination between government, international organizations, and NGOs must be strengthened. Turkey ensure that aid reaches those most in need as quickly as possible. We have proven that this cooperation can save many lives. We must focus on long-term development. Emergency aid is important, but to minimize the long-term impact of humanitarian crisis, we must rebuild stronger, more resilient communities. And also from the minimize the disaster, this includes building disaster-resistant infrastructure, providing quality education and healthcare. And Turkey, we have launched various development programs aimed at improving the welfare of disaster-affected communities. And innovation and technology must be utilized to the fullest. Modern technology can help us in many ways, from early warning system to aid logistic management. Turkey has developed a mobile application that allows people to report emergency situation in real time and get help quickly. We also use drones to monitor hard to reach areas and ensure aid reaches the right people. Thank you.
Thank you. Last is Japan. Delegate of Japan, you may have the floor.
It is possible to prevent natural disaster, right? What can be done is to overcome and minimize the impact of natural disasters that occur and prepare for the next one. Japan is a country with the best disaster management system in the world. We have several solutions. First is to create and design earthquake-resistant building. In addition to Japan's government also consistently pays attention and environmental maintenance, such as protecting mangrove forests on the coast and early tsunami protection by replacing breakwaters on the coast to reduce waves to reduce tsunami waves. Second, developing an earthquake detection tool. Disaster research in Japan has produced various results, one of which is an earthquake and tsunami detection system called Monitoring of Waves and Land and Seafloor, MOLAS, which is claimed to be able to detect various frequencies of earth vibration directly and provide disaster warnings up to 20 minutes before the incident. And the last, building disaster emergency facilities. The Japanese government is also building disaster emergency facilities in several disaster-prone areas. One of them is Tokyo Rinkai Disaster Prevention Park built in Koto district of Tokyo. Arigato. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. With that said, we just conclude current Unmoderated Caucus and move to another motions. Are there any points or motions? Please raise your placard immediately. Entertain yang belum. Delegate of Mexico, please state your motion.
Actions of each country in humanitarian assistance in Latin America.
Could you repeat your motion?
Actions of each country in humanitarian assistance.
What type of motion that you want to propose? Is it moderated caucus or unmoderated caucus?
Open moderated caucus.
Okay, moderated caucus. Your motion is?
Actions of each country in humanitarian assistance in Latin America.
I don't get it. Could you repeat and speak clearly?
Actions.
Actions.
Of each.
Okay. Actions of each country?
Of each country. In humanitarian.
In tackling
humanitarian assistance.
Humanitarian assistance. Okay. Action of each country is in humanitarian assistance.
In Latin America.
In Latin America only. Okay, in Latin America. For how long, delegate?
20 minutes.
20 minutes, and individual speaking time?
2 minutes.
Okay, 20 to 2. That is in order. Thank you. Are there any motions on the floor? Please raise your placard. Delegate of Brazil, please state your motion.
The delegate of Brazil would like to propose the motion to open moderated caucus.
Okay.
Under the theme, secure and give protection to the distribution of humanitarian aid.
Could you repeat?
Secure and give protection.
Secure and
Give protection to the distribution of humanitarian aid.
secure and aid protection to the distribution
of humanitarian aid.
humanitarian aid. That is an order. For how long?
For 20 minutes and 2 minutes for each delegate.
20 to 2. That is an order. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more motions. Are there any motions on the floor? Please lower your placard first. Raise your placard. African? Okay. Delegate of African Union, please state your motion.
Of humanitarian crisis and addressing the food crisis resulting from the war.
Could you repeat and speak louder?
Oh yeah. Addressing the food.
What is your motion? Moderated caucus or unmoderated caucus?
Moderated cases.
Sorry?
Moderated cases.
Moderated caucus?
Caucus, sorry.
To discuss about?
Addressing the food
Addressing the food?
crisis
The food crisis?
resulting from the war. Resulting from the war.
Resulting from the war. Okay. Addressing the food crisis resulting from the war.
Yeah.
Okay. Addressing the food crisis resulting from the war.
From the war. War.
Yeah, war. War. All right. Addressing the food crisis. Okay. For how long? The duration of your motion?
20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
And individual speaking time?
2 minutes.
All right. There is an order. 20 to 2. So we're gonna vote from the most descriptive motion, first coming from delegate of Mexico, to discuss about action of each countries in humanitarian assistance in Latin America. Those of you who are in favor upon this motion, color raise your placard immediately. We need at least 11 votes in favor. Those of you who are in favor to discuss further this topic, color raise your placard immediately. Calling once, calling twice. Those of you who are against or disagree, kindly raise your placard. Disagree. All of you are required to vote. No one can abstain. We can see it. Who are abstain? It's failed, right? Yeah. This motion is failed. Second motion coming from Brazil, secure and aid protection for the distribution of humanitarian aid. Those of you who are in favor, kindly raise your placard immediately. High and firm. Three more. Calling once, calling twice. Just raise it quickly. 13. With 13 in favor, this motion passed. Delegate of Brazil, would you like to speak first or last?
We would like to speak as the first speaker.
First?
Yeah.
All right. Then we're going to entertain 9 more speakers after Brazil. So those of you who wish to be added as the speaker, please raise your placard. European Union, India, France, Argentina is okay. Argentina from that side also. Italy, Indonesia, Who else? How many we have left? South Africa already done. Who's that?
China.
Delegate of China? You've been recognized? One more? Two more, right? Two more. United States? Up already 8. Okay, it's 10. All right, so United States will be the. Oh, so United States is not in order? Okay, apologies, United States. We will give you another change as we have concluded the speaker. All right, so Delegate of Brazil, you have 2 minutes to deliver your speech. You may have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I want to say thank you for the chair for recognizing the delegates of Brazil to talk about the concern of our country, Brazil. Okay. Brazil, in this case, really shows its commitment because not only from the government, the Brazilian people and youth groups are also active in voicing this. This is evident from the actions they have taken to ensure the delivery of aid to others in need. They built cooperation with community and youth alliance and various countries in order to successfully distribute aid and to others in need. The Brazilian community shows its seriousness by holding a working groups, many of which collaborate with community organizations whose main focus is indeed as a forum for the distribution of humanitarian aid and as review team for the realizations of this. In this case, the Brazilian community built the cooperation with community organizations from Indonesia and India with the aim of successfully distributing humanitarian aid. Okay. In this case, Brazil formed a cooperative alliance with Russia, India, China, Africa, and the distribution of humanitarian aid to Turkey. Brazil, as a country that has been concerned about the humanitarian crisis since the beginning, offers a stable solution that can be applied to the following years by honoring the aspirations of the government and society and youth. Brazil offers a solution to form an international organization whose main focus is a media and distributor of humanitarian aid. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is European Union. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Thank you once again for the time given. Our organization is the biggest humanitarian aid donor in the world, and as a part of our humanitarian development peace nexus, we emphasize in implementing responsibilities, strengthening capacity and coordination among all actors, ensuring sustainable funding and resource, establishing legal and policy frameworks for accountability, and also acknowledging the critical role of education, psychosocial and mental health services, and challenging harmful norms that impede child protection. We aim to ensure regular, coordinated, and consistent diplomatic and practical engagement on child protection objective, child rights, and also the observance of international humanitarian law in conflict-affected countries where children are most vulnerable. The European Union has set aside 142 million euros for child protection interventions in humanitarian circumstances in 2023 alone. With this huge amount of money, this will go towards the program that specifically targeted the children impacted by the conflict. We keep our promises to allocate 10% of the humanitarian relief money to emergencies education, as well as advocating building capacity and providing financial assistance to humanitarian workers. And we also condemn any attack perpetrated against them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Canada. Delegate of Canada, you may have the floor.
Thank you for Honorable Chair. I address a critical issue, the security and protection of humanitarian aid distribution in times of crisis. Delivering aid to those in need is a lifeline, but ensuring it reaches the intended recipients safely is a formidable challenge that require our urgent attention and action. Conflict and natural disaster often disrupt the flow of humanitarian aid, leaving vulnerable population without essential resources. To address this, we must prioritize the establishing of secure and protected routes for aid delivery. This includes negotiating ceasefire and safe passage agreement in conflict zone, ensuring that humanitarian convoys can move without threat of attack or obstruction. International cooperation is key to this endeavor. By working together, we can share intelligence, resources, and best practice to safeguard aid distribution. We must also engage with local community and authorities, fostering trust and collaborating to facilitate the smooth delivery of aid. Local actors possess invaluable knowledge of the terrain and can provide critical support in navigating complex environmental. Protecting humanitarian workers is equally vital. These dedicated individuals often operate in dangerous conditions, risking their life to provide assistance. We must ensure this safety through robust security measures, including escort service, secure communication channels, and emergency response protocol. Additionally, we should advocate for the adherence to international humanitarian law, which mandates the protection of aid workers and their operation. Technology can play a transformative role in securing aid distribution. Advocacy tracking system and real-time monitoring can enhance transparency and accountability, reducing the risk of diversion and ensuring that aid reaches its intended destination. Blockchain technology, for instance, can be employed to track the movement of supplies.
Sorry, your time has elapsed.
Okay, thank you.
Remember about your speaking time later on. But before that, I'd like to remind you, since this is the final exam, please give another turn to your college to speak during either Moderated Caucus or general speakers list. All right. Next is India. Delegate of India, you have 2 minutes to deliver your speech. You may have the floor.
In crisis-affected areas, inadequate infrastructure is often
Could you please speak louder?
a major barrier to secure and protect the delivery of aid during humanitarian crisis. Bear in mind how many lives we can save if aid deliverance can be assessed easily, how rapid recovery we can achieve. We do have huge power for corporate developments. These developments include roads, bridges, ports, renewable technologies, and essential logistic facilities. India is committed to increasing the use of renewable energy and has set ambitious targets for combating climate change. At the same time, secure human life. We first propose a G20 initiative to investment in building and improving security infrastructure in countries vulnerable to humanitarian crisis. Second, promote public-private partnership and multilateral financing for infrastructure projects that can increase aid distribution capacity. Third, propose initiative to share renewable energy technologies and climate finance among G20 countries, and strengthen commitment to the Paris Agreement.
Are you done with your speech? Okay. Thank you. Next to speak is France. Delegate of France, you may have the floor.
France has taken significant steps to ensure the safeguarding and protection of humanitarian aid distribution, especially in the context of crises occurring in regions such as Gaza. International cooperation, the first humanitarian aid to Gaza, France in collaboration with Qatar, has delivered humanitarian aid that includes 75 tons of supplies, 10 ambulance, food, and 300 family tents for the people of Gaza. The second, negotiating for a ceasefire. France was involved in international negotiation to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza, which aimed to create safer conditions for aid distribution. Through diplomacy with countries such as the United States and Qatar, France seeks to reduce tensions and enable better access for humanitarian aid. The last request for security assistance in the context of securing major events such as the Paris Olympics. France has requested assistance from allied countries to deploy security force. This includes sending military and police personnel from other countries to help maintain security and order, which also reflects French approach to safeguarding the distribution of humanitarian aid domestically in the international context. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Argentina. Delegate of once again, kindly reminder, you are not allowed to take any videos or photos during the session. Okay, next to speak is Argentina. Delegate of Argentina, you may have the floor.
Thank you. As delegate of Argentina, we emphasize the critical importance of securing and facilitating the distribution of humanitarian aid. We call for enhanced international cooperation to ensure that humanitarian assistance reach those in need without delay or obstruction. Argentina White Helmet Commission has demonstrated our through over 340 missions globally, adhering to principle of neutrality and impartiality. We urge all nations to prioritize the safety of humanitarian workers to uphold international humanitarian law, ensuring that aid delivery is protected from conflict-related interruptions. Delegation of Indonesia proposed establish an international. The delegate of Argentina would like propose establish an international humanitarian aid coordination hub. The operational framework of the hub will involve developing a robust logistic system to manage the storage, transportation, and distribution of humanitarian aid supplies. This includes implementing inventory management system and real-time delivery, coordination mechanism technology to monitor aid flow and ensure time delivery. Among international organizations, NGOs, and governments will be established to streamline aid effort, featuring regular meetings, joint planning sessions, and shared communication platform to enhance decision-making and operational efficiency. Advanced data management system will be developed and deployed. The system will collect, analyze, and share information about humanitarian needs, resource availability, allowing for continuous assessment of the impact and efficiency of humanitarian effort. Thank you.
All right, your time has elapsed. Next is United Kingdom. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, ensuring the secure of and effective distribution of humanitarian aid is paramount. The United Kingdom is dedicated to safeguarding aid delivery to protect those in need. To achieve this, we emphasize robust security measures and collaboration with international partners. By working closely with governments, NGOs, and local communities, we can establish secure channels that prevent aid diversion and ensure it reaches the intended recipients. Innovative technologies such as blockchain play a crucial role in this effort by enhancing transparency and accountability in aid distribution. Additionally, the UK supports strengthening local capacities to protect aid deliveries. Training and equipping local respondents enable the safeguard aid effectively. Even in the most challenging environments, our commitment to humanitarian principle ensure that it is delivered impartially and without hindrance. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is Indonesia. You may begin your speech whenever you're ready.
Indonesia has enhanced its humanitarian aid distribution and protection through a comprehensive approach that integrates local solutions and international cooperation. The government prioritizes citizen protection in its foreign policy, focusing on rapid response and effective management during emergencies. This includes utilizing data integration for better oversight and involving various stakeholders, such as NGOs and the private sector, to ensure comprehensive protection for Indonesian citizens abroad, especially during crises like the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. Next is Italy. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Humanitarian aid must be mutual, including in terms of collections and distributions. It is important to have a clear strategy and transparent management system so that assistance is not only temporary, but also has a long-term impact on the beneficiaries. Organizations that ensure involvement in aid distribution must account for the accountability and effectiveness of the aid provided. The proposed solution to deal with this is included in improving coordination of humanitarian aid by forming a special task force. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Last is China. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Okay, thank you. We is commit to strengthening security and safeguard in the distribution of humanitarian aid, both domestically and in international missions, by improving coordination with local and international authorities, securing transport route, and implementing advanced technology for transparency and accountability. China seeks to ensure that aid reach those most in need quickly and safely. In addition, China also stressed in importance of local community involvement and cooperation with international organizations to optimize aid distribution and minimize the risk of miss. With these measures, China hopes to make significant contribution to global humanitarian efforts. The relief program, which is an important part of China's healthcare system and guarantee basic medical service to vulnerable population, was piloted in rural and urban areas of the country in 2003 and 2005. Thank you.
All right, thank you, China. But before that, we still have around 5 minutes remaining from the total of 20 minutes for this Moderated Caucus. Then we encourage you, if you guys want to speak twice. Those of you who want to speak once again upon this Moderated Caucus, please raise your placard. Or any other delegate who haven't spoken yet? Probably. Calling once, calling twice. So I assume there's no more delegate who wants to speak upon this motion. Thank you. We can just conclude this motion and moving to another motions. All right. So currently, we encourage you to have an unmoderated caucus. So those of you who wish to raise any points or motions, kindly raise your placard immediately. Delegate of Saudi Arabia, please state your motion. Delegate of Saudi Arabia.
Yes. The delegate of Saudi Arabia would like to raise motion for an unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes and 2 minutes individual spring time to discuss for each country's strategy in the aid distribution process.
Sorry, delegate, I just want to clarify. Are you proposing a moderated caucus or unmoderated caucus?
For unmoderated caucus.
But in unmoderated caucus, you don't need to specify the topic and individual speaking time. You just need to propose an unmoderated caucus and the total of the duration. Is that clear? Do you want to replace? Do you want to replace Saudi Arabia? Please answer my question.
Okay. 20 minutes.
I know, but yes, could you repeat? What is your motion?
Each country's strategy.
Is it moderated caucus or unmoderated caucus? Please specify the type of motion first before proceeding to the duration. Probably your college can help.
Unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes and
That's all.
to
That's all.
discuss.
That's all. If you are proposing unmoderated caucus, you just need to mention the motion and the time. Period. You don't need to elaborate further. Do you want to repeat? One more. Yes. Could you repeat? For example, delegate of Saudi Arabia would like to propose a 20 minutes unmoderated caucus. That's all. Do you want to repeat?
Yes.
Yes, please.
The delegate of Saudi Arabia would like to raise motion for an unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. That's what I mean. Are there any motions on the floor? Please raise your placard. Delegate of Germany.
Delegates of Germany would like to raise a motion for moderated caucus.
Germany, moderated caucus, to discuss about?
To discuss about enhanced bilateral cooperation to address the economic sector. For
Enhance, hold on, wait a second. Enhance
bilateral cooperation.
Bilateral cooperation.
To address the economic sector.
To address
Economic sector.
Economic sector.
For countries receiving refugees.
So long. Could you please make it shorter?
Enhance bilateral cooperation to address countries that are receiving refugees.
Countries
that receive refugees.
Okay. To address countries that
receiving
yeah.
refugees.
Refugees.
Receiving.
Sorry?
That receiving.
Oh, that receiving?
Refugees.
Receiving. Oh, yeah. Yes, go ahead. It's okay. Okay. For how long?
15 minutes.
10 minutes?
15.
15, okay.
For individual speaking for 1.5 minutes.
Okay, 15 to 1.5.
Yeah.
90, yeah, 15 to 90. Hold. Oh, okay. 15 to change the time first. Wait a second. Oh, we can continue. Rubah dua aja. Please give us a moment. $15, 90, 15 to 90, 15, 90, sorry. Okay, that is in order.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any motions on the floor? Please raise your placard. Who? Okay, Delegate of Russia, please state your motion.
Russian Federation would give motion for unmoderated caucus.
Could you please speak louder?
Russian Federation would give motion for unmoderated caucus.
Unmoderated caucus?
Yes.
Okay. The duration?
20 minutes.
Sorry?
20 minutes.
20 minutes. But however, Saudi Arabia have proposed the exact same motion as yours. Do you want to replace? You cannot propose the exact same motion. Because Saudi Arabia have proposed a 20 minutes unmoderated caucus. And you also propose a 20 minutes unmoderated caucus. Do you want to replace?
Yes.
Probably different duration?
Can us exchange for unmoderated caucus for moderated caucus?
Sorry?
Can we exchange the type of
Extend?
Exchange,
of course.
Okay, two moderated cases.
Okay, so Russia want to propose a moderated caucus? Yes. Yes. The topic is? What is the topic?
Guaranteed assistance for vulnerable groups.
Guarantee?
Guaranteed assistance for
Guaranteed-
vulnerable
Guaranteed assistance? West. Assistance for vulnerable
groups.
globes. Vulnerable groups, all right. Guarantee assistance for vulnerable group.
Yeah.
For how long?
20 minutes.
20 minutes. And individual speaking time?
2 minutes.
All right, 20 to 2. That is in order. Thank you so much. So we're gonna vote from the most descriptive motion first, coming from delegate of Saudi Arabia to have a 20 minutes unmoderated caucus. Those of you who are in favor to have this motion, can you raise your placard now? Remember, we need 11 votes to pass this motion. Oh yeah, and during unmoderated caucus, you can forming a block, negotiate with each other, and etc. Okay. Calling once, calling twice. Under just discretion, this motion is automatically passes. All right. So now we proceed to a 20 minutes unmoderated caucus, and your time start now.
Dear delegates, now you have opened the unmoderated caucus under the chair discretions. In these sessions, you can block making, you can discuss to other delegates, you can walk around, and you can also take a break for a while. If you need to go to the restroom or to eat outside, there is a coffee break. Okay. Okay. Every activity, it has to be done in this room, so you cannot discuss anything outside. If you want to go to the restroom, be quickly to get inside of the room. There is no secret room out there. If you want to take another snack, you can go outside and bring it to the room. There is no discussions outside the room. Thank you, delegates.
And please keep speaking in English, since English is the official language of the session.
We also want to note that after the second session, after these sessions, we will acknowledge a draft resolution submission, so make sure all of the delegates start drafting from now.
Please get back to your seat as we are about to continue the session. Attention, no more discussion, and please back to your seat. Quickly delegate. We still have time. We still have, a lot of time. Okay, no more discussion. Attention, please. Okay, thank you. But before we proceed to another motion, and also please, all right. But before that, we would like to choose several delegates randomly to give us a conclusion of your previous unmoderated caucus. So first, the chairs will call upon the delegate of Saudi Arabia to give a short summary of your previous unmoderated caucus, what you have discussed, what is the output, and etc. Delegate of Saudi Arabia, you may have the floor. Please make it short.
Okay, thank you. So from what the conclusion of our unmoderated caucus, we, Saudi Arabia, United States of America, and Canada, and Australia would have enhancing relation and making a strategy to the aid deliverance. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Delegate of Saudi Arabia. Next is we will call upon United States to give a short summary of your previous unmoderated caucus. You may have the floor. United States of America, you may have the floor.
Okay, the delegates from America would like discuss enhancing cooperation between the states and aid distribution strategy, and then arrange commitment. Back to the chair.
All right. I think we want to hear more explanation. So the chair will call upon Delegate of South Africa. Delegate, please give us a short yet detailed explanation on what you have done throughout the moderated caucus previously.
Okay, South African delegates discussed with Korean delegates, Indian delegates, Russian delegates, and we have looking the circumstances, it is quite makes sense to take Israel-Palestine conflict as a big lesson. So
we will discuss next in moderated caucus, mitigating conflict and rehabilitation in Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That's all. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. With that said, we will proceed to another motions on the floor. So those of you who wish to raise a motion, kindly raise your placard immediately. High and firm. We will call upon delegate of India. Please state your motion.
The delegates of India would like to raise a motion for the moderated caucus for 15 minutes in total and 1 minute individual speaking time.
Okay. Moderated caucus by India, 15 to 1.
To discuss about women empowerment and children protection.
Women and
Empowerment
women empowerment
and children protection.
and children protection. And children protection. All right, that is in order. Thank you. Are there any delegates who wish to propose a motion? Please raise your placard. Who's on the side? European Union.
The delegation of European Union proposed a moderated caucus for 20 minutes with 2 minutes of speaking time for delegate.
Okay. Moderated caucus, 20 to 2.
Yeah.
To discuss about
Interstate coordination for humanitarian exchange.
could you repeat and speak louder?
Interstate coordination for humanitarian assistance.
State coordination.
Coordination for humanitarian assistance.
All right, that is in order. Thank you.
Sorry, but it's interstate.
Interstate?
Yes.
What is interstate? Could you explain what interstate is? What does it mean by interstate? We don't get it. India, are you listening? Oh, sorry, in EU, are you listening? Could you elaborate what interstate means? I think. Yeah, because we just don't get it, your motion, perfectly.
I'm sorry, but it's state coordination.
States coordination.
Yes.
All right, that is in order. Thank you. States coordination. States. Only states. Thank you. Are there any motions on the floor? Please raise your placard. Delegate of Saudi Arabia, please state your motion.
We would like to have a moderated caucus for 20 minutes with individual time speaking of 2 minutes.
Okay, moderated caucus 22-2. To discuss about what is your
Discuss
topic?
about each country's steps in fighting the humanitarian crisis.
Each country steps in tackling humanitarian crisis.
Yeah, in fighting humanitarian crisis.
Ya kan ya? Each country steps. Steps. Each country steps in tackling humanitarian crisis.
Yeah.
Step in tackling the humanitarian crisis. Thank you. That is in order. So, currently we have 3 motions on the floor coming from European Union, Saudi Arabia, and India, and we're going to vote from the most descriptive first, which is from European Union, to have a 20 minutes moderated caucus to discuss about states coordination for humanitarian assistance. Probably, yeah, states coordination for the deliverance of humanitarian assistance. Those of you who are in favor of this motion, kindly raise your placard now. We need at least 11 votes to pass this motion. I believe this is a very crucial topic to be discussed. So you may, if you want to discuss it further, you may raise your placard. High and firm. Without doubt. Please raise your placard without doubt. 7 votes. Calling once. Calling twice. Those of you who are disagree or not in favor, please raise your placard. Okay, this motion failed, unfortunately. Next, we have motion from Saudi Arabia, Moderated Caucus, to discuss each country's actions in tackling humanitarian crisis. Those of you who wish to discuss this motion further, please raise your placard now. If you are agree to discuss this motion, please raise your placard. And Saudi Arabia, you are the proposer, so you need to also raise your placard. Each country's action in tackling humanitarian crisis. Calling once, calling twice. We only have 8? 9. Okay, this motion failed, unfortunately. Oh my God, this is so good, actually. Maksudnya past action. Last topic, last motion from India, 15 minutes moderated caucus, women's empowerment and children protection. This is the only motion we have. If this motion failed, we're gonna go back to the general speakers list again. So please, if you are in favor or want to discuss this topic further, kindly raise your placard immediately. We need at least 11 votes. With 12 delegates in favor, this motion passed. Delegate of India, would you like to speak first or last?
We would love to speak first.
First, then we will entertain 9. Yes, 9 speaker after India. Sorry, 14. Yes, we will entertain 14 speaker after India. So those of you who wish to be added as the speaker, kindly raise your placard immediately. And we will also prioritize those of you who haven't spoken yet before. Yes, if you want to speak upon this motion, kindly raise your placard. Is that South Africa? Okay. South Africa, please, South Africa. You've been recognized. Please lower down your hand. Russia, Indonesia, Mexico, okay, delegate of China, you've been recognized. Who's that? African Union, you've been recognized. Argentina, South Korea, you've been recognized. United Kingdom, you've been recognized. Okay, hold on. Who's that? France. Okay, wait a second. France, you've been recognized. Turkey, you've been recognized. And how many speakers we have? 3 spots remaining. Okay. Japan. Who? Germany. Okay, that's it. Answer this question. Yeah, that's it. We have 14. That's 14 already. Okay, so we have 1 more spots remaining. Under just discussion, the chair will call upon delegate of the United States of America. We will entertain more speakers later on. All right, so India, you have 1 minute to speak, and the floor is yours.
Honorable delegates, living under a crisis hardly doubles the burden on women and kids. Notice how frequently limitations exclude women in crisis as a result of past inequalities. Besides, living under a crisis psychologically forces everyone to give up, which is likely children's life is easily neglected. We want to stop those vulnerable actors from suffering under inequalities, including inequality of education, health, and sanitation, nutritious food, as well as inequalities of a just life. We advocate for ensuring the welfare We advocate for ensuring the welfare of women and children through significant microfinance programs, such as the self-help groups that India have shown success in empowering women and vulnerable communities. We propose to first, expansion of microfinance and SHGS program across the G20 members. Second, promote exchange of knowledge and best practices. Third, provide financial and technical support to these initiatives. And fourth, promote policies that support women's access to education, health service, and economic opportunities, as well as increasing women's participation in the decision making.
All right, thank you, India. Next to speak is South Africa. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Thank you. Children pay the highest price of humanitarian crisis, armed conflict, natural disasters, and other emergency, expose millions of girls and boys to unthinkable forms of violence, exploitation, abuse, and neglect. Many children are forced to flee their homes, some torn from their parents and shackled along the way. In conflict, children may be incurred, be killed, be explosive weapons and remains of war, including during attack on schools and hospitals. We have two solutions. G20, UNICEF, Joint Forum, instead establish good relation with UN and its agency that handle women and children versus us, UNICEF. Last, G20 volunteers in sending professional volunteers in education and how to refugee camps to care for.
Sorry, your time has elapsed. I need to cut you off. Next to speak is Russia. Delegate of Russia, the floor is yours.
Our solution for women and children all appreciate policies to protect women and children in the war-related human crises include the provision of safe shelter and increased humanitarian assistance and health and psychological support. It's also important to ensure access to education, legal protection from violence and exploitation, and cooperation with international organizations for aid coordination. Anti-violence policies should be implemented to counter gender-based violence and sexual exploitation in conflict situations. Thank you. Back to the chair.
Thank you, Russia. Reminder, there is no yielding during moderated caucus. Next is Indonesia. Delegate, you have 1 minute, the floor is yours.
Indonesia is actively working to empower women and protect children through various initiatives. The Ministry of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection emphasizes collaboration with stakeholders, including religious organizations, to enhance gender and equality and child protection policies. Recent efforts included signing a memorandum of understanding with the Indonesia Ulama Council to address issues like child marriage and violence against women and children. Additionally, programs promoting digital literacy and leadership for women in STEM are being implemented to ensure equal opportunities in technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is Mexico. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. The war and humanitarian crisis in Central America had a direct impact on Mexico. Mexico has become one of those stopover countries for refugees who want to flee to the United States border. The level of violence and sexual abuse that occurs, especially against women and children at the Mexican border, is a challenge for Mexico. We show sympathy and solidarity by engaging in public activities that focus on supporting immigrants' rights, supporting immigrants' mental health, providing legal protection, and working to protect immigrants' right to live free from violence and distributing aid to immigrants. Mexico seeks to provide protection for its people, especially women and children, and as they are vulnerable to violence and sexual abuse. The distribution of humanitarian aid must also prioritize women and children in order to save the lives of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is China. Delegate of China, you may have the floor.
China strongly supports the empowerment of women and the protection of children, recognizing this as a vital for sustainable development to address the issues effectively. We propose in changing bilateral cooperation among G20 nations. This includes providing target target financial aid to improve access to essential services such as food, healthcare, and education for women and children. By ensuring that women have the resources and support they need, we can promote their economic independence and leadership. For children, securing access to nutritious food and quality public services is crucial for their development and well-being. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next is African Union. Delegate, you may have the floor.
First and gentlemen, first women's empowerment is the first step towards equality. We need to ensure women have equal access.
Could you please speak louder?
Training and economic opportunities. In addition, protection from violence is basic right. The most guarded through assistance and social support. By providing important and protect, we enable women and fully contribute to society. And the last, child protection. Child protection is our shared responsibility. Every child deserves quality and education and adequate health service. We must protect them for protection and forced by the laws and physicality support to those in need. Children are our future.
Sorry, your time has elapsed. Next to speak is Argentina. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Argentina has made significant strides in promoting women's rights, exemplified by our commitment to gender parity in political representation and the implementation of the Ni Una Menos campaign against gender-based violence. We recognize that empowering women is crucial for achieving sustainable development and fostering equality. Additionally, child protection is equally crucial. Every child deserves to grow up in a safe, nurturing, and supportive environment. We call for the implementation of robust child protection systems that prevent abuse, exploitation, and neglect. This includes strengthening legal frameworks, providing comprehensive child welfare services, and ensuring access to quality education and healthcare for all children. Special attention must be given to the most vulnerable, including those affected by conflict, displacement, and poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is South Korea. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Thank you. South Korea has laws to address violence against women and children, including provisions for victims of sexual abuse and domestic violence. So South Korea hereby undertakes: first is development models, establish a strong and comprehensive child protection system. Second is information technology. South Korea can share its knowledge and technology in e-health. Third is development assistance. South Korea can provide development-related assistance to developing countries with a focus on programs aimed at protection women and children. And last, development of new tools and methods. South Korea could develop new tools and methods to prevent and respond to violence against women and children. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is United Kingdom. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. The United Kingdom has the same point like the Argentina. We will empower women. Empowering women is not only to foster economic growth and innovation, but also enriches societies by unlocking the full potential of half the population. Likewise, protecting our children is an investment in our future, ensuring they grow up in environments free from exploitation and violence. We believe that we can create a cooperation later on so that we can create a sustainable coordination and ensuring the aid is delivered successfully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is France. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Thank you. France implements various policies to
empower women and protect children, with a focus on gender equality, schooling, and social protection. French policy on women's empowerment and child protection include a holistic approach with a focus on education, social protection, and political participation. Through various programs and initiatives, French strive to create a more just and equality society for all, especially for women and children. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The next speaker is Turkey. You may have the floor whenever you're ready.
Okay, from the delegates of Turkey. Turkey significant stride in promoting women's rights and participation on all aspects of life. Through initiatives like the Mother at Work, we have supported women in balancing their professional aspiration with their family responsibility. That provided financial assistance for children, child care, enabling thousands of mothers to pursue vocational training and employment opportunities. However, we must now acknowledge that challenges remain. The gender gap in the labor force persists. With women participation, we are committed to closing this gap by enhancing access to education and vocational training, ensuring that women have the skill and opportunities to thrive in the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is Japan. You may have the floor.
Japan promotes an increase in women's participation in the decision-making process based on the current Fourth Basic Plan for Gender Equality. In the field of politics, to promote the introduction of effective positive action in political parties, the government conducts necessary research, provides relevant information, and actively encourages political parties to implement voluntary measures. The National Personnel Authority engaged in recruitment activities for female students in partnership with each ministry. The National Personnel Authority approached managerial personnel and female employees in order to raise awareness and improvement the working environment for female employees to facilitate women's participation and advancement in workplace. In the area of education and research, to increase the number of women in senior positions, the Japanese government has taken measures such as encouragement of spontaneous
Apologies, your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Next to speak is Germany. Delegate of Germany, you have a minute to deliver your speech and your time starts whenever you're ready.
We have refugee and migration policies. Germany provides specific support for refugee women and children, including protection from violence, access to health and education service, education and awareness program. This policy includes effort to raise awareness about the rights of women and children, as well as education to prevent violence and exploitation. Cooperation with international organizations. Germany cooperates with international organizations such as UNICEF and UN Women to support global initiatives to protect the rights of women and children and ensure that assistance and protection comply with international standards. The world should not be silent to see this even continue because every human being has the freedom and right to live in peace. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Delegate of Germany. Last to speak for this moderated caucus is United States. Delegate, you may have the floor.
The security of women and children in the American perspective includes the protection of human rights and the prevention of violence. The United States recognizes the importance of this protection through various laws and initiatives, such as the Violence Against Women Act, which aims to reduce gender-based violence. In addition, attention to this issue is also reflected in the advocacy of civil society and non-government
of organization that focus on protecting the rights of women and children. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Delegate of the United States. With that said, we just conclude this moderated caucus. But before that, I'd like to remind you that you can proceed to working on your draft resolution. Sorry, apologies. You can proceed to working on your communique as the output of the session. So, the deadline to submit your communique is at 12:45, or before we begin the next session. What else is that? Yeah, and for the detail regarding the submission and etc., we will be inform you later on. I hope it's clear. Azriel, do you have anything to add? All right, I hope it's clear. So, we can proceed to another motions on the floor. Those of you who wish to raise a motion, kindly raise your placard now. Australia. Please state your motion, delegate.
Okay, we would like to propose moderated caucus.
Sorry?
Moderated caucus.
Moderated caucus?
Yes.
All right. The duration of your moderated caucus?
20 minutes and 90 seconds for each.
20 minutes and 90 seconds?
For each delegate.
I don't think it'll be equal. Yeah, we cannot do that. 20 minutes and 90 seconds. It's not equal.
Okay,
Do you want to change? Sorry?
20 minutes and 2 minutes for each delegate.
Okay, 20 minutes and 2 minutes individual speaking time. All right, 20 to 2. And the topic of your moderated caucus?
We propose motion mitigation and adaptation strategies.
Could you please speak louder?
Mitigation and adaptation strategies for climate-induced humanitarian crisis.
Mitigation and education.
Adaptation.
Adaptation.
Strategies.
Strategies.
For climate-induced.
Mitigation and adaptation strategies.
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 Adaptation strategies for climate.
Strategies.
For climate.
For cleaning.
Climate.
For what?
Climate.
Women? Could you repeat and speak louder?
Climate.
And speak clearly.
Climate.
Cleaning? Am I correct? Or climate?
Climate.
Oh, apologies. Yes,
Sorry.
climate. Mitigation and adaptation strategies for climate.
Induct.
Yes.
Inducted.
Inducted
humanitarian
I don't get
crisis.
Your colleague, could you please help him? Mitigation and adaptation strategies for climate.
Sorry, delegates, could you please repeat it slowly and clearly, delegates?
Yeah.
Mitigation and adaptation strategies for climate induced. Induce.
Inclusive?
Induce humanitarian crisis. Humanitarian crisis. Sampai turun. Malu banget gue demi Allah.
How about duration? Australia? 20 minutes and 1. Okay, got it. Thank you. I know, right? Are there any motions on the floor? Please raise your placard immediately. Delegate of Italy, please state your motion.
Delegate from Italy want to give open moderated caucus motion.
Moderated caucus?
Yeah.
By Italy? Okay. The duration of your moderated caucus?
The duration is 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. And each of delegate is 2 minutes.
2 minutes, all right, 20 to 2. And your topic?
Policies and conditions for each refugees.
Policies and
Policies and conditions for each refugees.
Okay, policies and conditions for each refugees. Condition for each refugees. Am I correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, delegate. Last, are there any motions on the floor? Please raise your placard. Delegate of? Russia.
The delegate of the Russian Federation would like to raise a motion about rehabilitation effort in Palestine during Gaza war.
What is your motion? Moderated caucus? Unmoderated caucus?
Moderated cause.
Moderated caucus? Okay.
For 10 minutes and 2 minutes individual speaking time.
Okay, 10 to 1. 10 to 2.
10 to 2.
Okay, 10 to 2. 10. Okay. The topic is?
Rehabilitation effort.
Rehabilitation?
Effort.
Effort.
For Palestinian victims in Gaza.
Effort for Palestinian?
Victims in Gaza.
For Palestinian in Gaza?
Victims in
Oh,
Gaza.
victims in Gaza.
Yeah.
Okay. Rehabilitation effort for Palestinian victims. In Gaza. All right, that is in order. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so we're going to vote from the most descriptive motion first, which is from Australia to have a 20 minutes unmoderated caucus to discuss about mitigation adaptation strategies for climate-induced. Those of you who are in favor of this motion, kindly raise your placard immediately. Those of you who are in favor of this motion, kindly raise your placard immediately. Australia, since you are the proposer, you need to vote for your own motion. Calling once, calling twice. All right, this motion failed. Next, motion from Italy, policies and condition for each refugees for 20 minutes and 2 minutes individual speaking time. Those of you who are in favor upon this motion, kindly raise your placard immediately. We need at least 11 votes to pass this motion. Calling once, calling twice. We only have 9. This motion failed. Remember, this is the only motion we have now, and I need your cooperation to be quick during the voting procedure. So now, please lower down your placard. So moving on to the last motion from Russia. Rehabilitation effort for Palestinian victims in Gaza for 10 minutes and 2 minutes for each delegates. Those of you who are in favor, kindly raise your placard immediately. Please be quick. Those of you who are against of this motion, kindly raise your placard. Yeah. Against, disagree, don't want to discuss this topic. Okay. This motion failed. Unfortunately, this motion failed. So we're gonna go back to the general speakers list. Starting from Delegate of African Union. Delegate of African Union, you have 90 seconds, the floor is yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today discuss our rebellion over victim of Gaza. The protected conflict has caused the suffering and the time of focused recovery. The firstly is that health support. We need to provide a quick, effective health service, including medical care and psychological support to help a victim recover from trauma. And then secondly is instrumental development. Destroy homes, schools, and public facilities is a priority good. Inclusion provides a sense of quality support in daily life, and it's thirdly economic supporting. A great jobs providing skills help communities region her livelihoods the rebuild local economics. And fourthly, children education. Children in Gaza need access to educational protection. A school must function, and children need support for overcome to trauma. And then fifthly, international cooperation. Support from country, international organization, essential together we can to issue effective to sustainable recovery. And then let off together a support the revolution on Gaza with the solidarity and action we can help build the better future those affected. Thank you.
How would you like to yield your time?
Back to chair.
Thank you so much. Next and the last speaker is Argentina. Delegate of Argentina, you may have the floor.
Thank you. In a world in which countries' interactions are constantly deepening, humanitarian aid is an important tool in foreign policy that allows us or country to intervene in emergency and social natural disaster. These actions are the manifestations of solidarity and support in Argentinian people toward the rest of the global society. Argentina policy toward humanitarian assistance has steadily surged in the last decades. In March 20.
Speak louder.
In March 2040, Argentina introduced the program Syria to provide humanitarian visas to refugees from the conflict that started in Syria 2011. First off, this program demanded that the application be sponsored by a family member reportedly resident in Argentina, but this was changed in 2016 by the president, Mauricio Macri, who opened up opportunity for 3,000 Syrians and Argentine within an individual or non-government organization can sponsor, which was a new provision. Argentina also actively participated in international humanitarian operations through the year 2017, providing Bolivia, Paraguay, Chile, and Peru, and Haiti with aid, food supply, and aid to Mozambique, Mexico, and Dominica. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Then we can proceed to another motions. Those of you who wish to raise any points or motions, kindly raise your placard now. Delegate of, you can just raise your placard and wait until we acknowledge your country. Japan bukan tadi ada propose motion ya? I think ya, udah bukan udah pas. Either second or third motion. Wait a second. Okay. Delegate of Turkey.
So, from delegates of Turkey, we open moderated caucus for the duration 20 minutes, and for the individual speaking 2 minutes.
Okay, moderated caucus for 20 minutes and 2 minutes individual speaking time to discuss.
Discuss about strengthening local capacity building for Palestinian crisis reliefs.
Strengthening. Yes, go ahead.
Local capacity building.
Strengthening local capacity building
for Palestinian crisis reliefs.
For Palestinian crisis? Okay, for Palestinian crisis. All right. Strengthening local capacity building for Palestinian crisis. Thank you. That is in order. Are there any motions on the floor? Kindly raise your placard now. Okay, delegate of Japan already. France. Please state your motion.
Open moderated cause.
Okay, moderated caucus for how long?
20 minutes and individual speaking 1 minute.
Sorry, could you repeat?
The duration 20 minutes and individual speaking 1 minute.
Okay, 20 to 1. That is in order.
Humanitarian crisis.
Humanitarian crisis.
Through international
cooperation
and technological innovation.
Okay, humanitarian crisis to international cooperation and technological innovation. That is in order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any motions on the floor? Kali raise your placard immediately. We will entertain delegate of Argentina.
Thank you. The delegate of Argentina would like to propose a moderated caucus for strengthening healthcare system in vulnerable regions.
Strengthening
healthcare system.
What system?
Healthcare.
Healthcare.
Yes.
Okay. Strengthening healthcare system
in vulnerable regions.
In vulnerable refugees.
Regions.
Huh?
Regions.
Refugee.
Regions.
Region. Yeah. Okay, sorry. And please speak louder later on. Strengthening healthcare system for vulnerable region. Healthcare system for vulnerable region.
Yep.
That is in order.
Yes.
And the duration of your motion is?
20 minutes.
20 minutes and 1 minute. All right, that is in order. Thank you so much. So we're going to vote from the most descriptive first, which is coming from Turkey, to have a 20 minutes moderated caucus to discuss about strengthening local capacity building for Palestinian crisis. Those of you who are in favor upon this motion, kindly raise your placard immediately. Please be quick during the procedural voting. We need at least 11 votes to pass this motion. Seeing only 5 motions, seeing only 5 in favor, this motion automatically failed. Laughing is not in order. Moving on to the motion from France, 20 minutes moderated caucus, humanitarian crisis to international cooperation and technological innovation. Those of you who are in favor, kindly raise your placard. Calling once, calling twice, please be quick during the procedural voting. We need at least 11 votes. France, you are the proposer, so you should vote for your own motion. Where is France?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Seeing only 8.
Repeat. Those of you who are in favor, kindly raise your placard immediately. High and firm, without doubt.
Seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7, 8.
9, 10, 11. There's 11.
There's 11 votes. This motion passed. France, would you like to speak first or last?
The last.
France would like to speak last, and then we will entertain. Hold on, 11.
No, it's
19 delegates. So those of you who wish to be added as the speaker, kindly raise your placard immediately. South Africa, you've been recognized. If you not raising your hand, we will use our chair's discretion. So please, just raise your placard now. Saudi Arabia, you've been recognized. United Kingdom, you've been recognized. Australia, you've been recognized. China, you've been recognized. Besides China, Canada, you've been recognized. Brazil, you've been recognized. United States, you've been recognized. France, Germany, you've been recognized. Russia, you've been recognized. South Korea, you've been recognized. Argentina, you've been recognized. Okay. Italy, you've been recognized. How many speakers we have? 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
South Korea, it's not done yet. South Korea and then Italy.
Italy? Yeah, Italy. Italy? Okay. Okay. Are there any delegate who wish to be added? Calling once, calling twice. Under chair discretion, we will call upon delegate of Canada. Sorry, apologies. Mexico. We will call upon delegate of Mexico. 12, I guess.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
We still need around 7. Yeah, 7 spots remaining. Calling once, calling twice. We will call upon, if not, we will call upon delegate of India, European Union. India, you've been recognized. European Union, you've been recognized. Okay, we will entertain more speakers later on. So, South Africa, you have a minute to deliver your speech. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. The South Africa government is aware that in fighting the humanitarian crisis, we cannot do it alone. As heads of states and representative of our respective peoples, we all have a responsibility to fight against the humanitarian crisis. Let us, in this noble forum, reach out to each other, embrace each other, and create policies that can make the world better for all who live in it. As our father said, South Africa proposed two solutions. It is important for the head of state to strengthen coordination mechanism between government institutions related to the distribution of humanitarian aid, such as establishing a cross-departmental working team that is directly responsible for planning, managing, and evaluating programs. Second, strengthen international and regional cooperation networks in terms of providing humanitarian assistance. This can be done through active collaboration with multilateral organizations such as the UN, WHO, and OCHA, as well as regional organizations such as the African Union. The third, not only focus on solving problems, but also we have to pay great attention to the victims of conflict, especially refugees. The fourth, we need to mobilize support and active participation.
Sorry, South Africa, your time has elapsed. Next to speak is Saudi Arabia. Delegate of Saudi Arabia, you may have the floor.
Thank you. In response of the humanitarian crisis since 2015, we have established the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center as an organization that coordinates and manages the provisions of humanitarian aid to those in need globally, not only in the region of Saudi Arabia. This organization was established as a form of Saudi Arabia's commitment and policy in addressing and providing humanitarian assistance around the world. In addition, for the sake of the effectiveness of the distribution of aid, Chaos Relief also collaborates with other international organizations such as UNICEF, WHO, and WFP, and other countries in the distribution of humanitarian aid. We have also provided the Saudi Aid platform as a database containing documentation of Saudi Arabia's official development assistance to be published as evidence of this distribution and assistance that has been carried out. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Next to speak is United Kingdom. Delegate, you have 1 minute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, humanitarian crises are increasingly complex, exacerbated by natural disasters, conflicts, and systemic challenges. Traditional methods often fall short in addressing these crises effectively. The United Kingdom advocates for a robust international cooperation framework combined with cutting-edge technological innovation. We propose enhancing early warning systems using artificial intelligence and satellite imagery to predict and mitigate crises before they escalate. Additionally, we recommend developing innovative financing mechanisms and improving data sharing to ensure resources are optimally allocated. So we hope that we can collaborate with other countries in establishing this a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Next is Australia. Delegate, you may have the floor. Yes, do you have any point to raise?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we raised our placard, but we don't see our country's name in the list.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Then, if that's the case, we will consider you for the next moderated caucus. Is that okay? We will add your countries on the next. Oh, yeah, apologies. Okay, we will entertain your country later.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Australia, you may proceed your speech.
Okay. As Australia representative, we emphasize the importance of international collaboration and technological innovation in embracing humanitarian crisis. By strengthening global cooperation, we can deliver fast and effective assistance to those most in need. Australia is committed to working with other countries and international organizations to ensure that research can be mobilized efficiently and on target. Technology also plays an important role in improving the humanitarian response. Australia supports the development of new technologies that can enhance our ability to meet humanitarian challenge. We encourage all countries to work together to develop this innovative solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next to speak is China. Delegate of China, you may have the floor.
Thank you. By strengthening global cooperation and use advanced technology such as satellite tracking system and blockchain, we ensure a transparent and efficient distribution of aid. This measure enable a rapid and targeted response, ensuring aid reaches those most in need. China also used the media as indicator to inform the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is Canada. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we face unprecedented humanitarian crisis that demands swift and effective response. This challenge transcends borders, highlighting the urgent need for international cooperation and technological innovation. International cooperation is vital in addressing this crisis. A nation must unite pooling research, knowledge, and expertise to deliver aid where it's most needed. By working together, we can create a unified approach that ensures aid reaches those in distress efficiently and equitably. Technological innovation plays a critical role in this effort, from advanced data analytics that predict crisis hotspots to drones delivering supplies in inaccessible areas. Technology empowers us to act swiftly and accurately.
Apologies, your time has elapsed.
Okay, thank you.
Next to speak is Brazil. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil, as a country that has experienced humanitarian crisis, feels responsible and needs to play a role in this issue. Brazil will ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid to those in need by working together to secure the flow of aid to areas that are experiencing a humanitarian crisis and need assistance. Various actions have been realized by Brazil in terms of distributing humanitarian assistance, starting from the country, regional, to the global level. Brazil recognized the importance of international cooperation and technological innovation. Collaborating with global partners can enhance our climate resilience through shared research, funding, and expertise. Partnership with international organizations and other nations can help implement advanced monitoring systems for deforestation and climate trends. Furthermore, renewable energy projects can reduce our carbon footprint and provide sustainable power to remote areas, decreasing reliance and deforestation for fuel. Through this collaborative...
Apologies, your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Next to speak is United States. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Humanitarian crisis strong international cooperation and technological innovation. Coordination with local authorities, collaborating closely with local authorities in recipient countries to ensure safe passage and access for international cooperation. Risk assessment and mitigation conduction through risk assessment and implementing mitigation measures based on local conditions and potential threats. Innovation in humanitarian assistance, embracing technological innovation to enhance efficiency and accountability in humanitarian aid delivery, including digital platform for tracking and delivery, and other logistical solution to overcome access challenge. In the issue of protecting security humanitarian right, I, as a delegate of the United States, also had an interest in the United States drone security assistance for Indonesia through in the Indo-Pacific Maritime Security Initiative Program in 2018-2019. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next to speak is Russia. Delegate of Russia, you may have the floor.
Russia has developed renewable energy reactors such as solar-based power generator developed by our state-owned company, Brasnica. We also have developed water purifier, which is necessary for every human being, developed by Sroy Montaz. We invite international communities to support Russia providing these two technology-based humanitarian aid machines to be delivered to the Gaza Strip by demanding the U.S. to lift sanction on Russia that blockade us from giving this kind of tech machine-based aid outside. Thank you. Back to the chair.
Thank you. There is no yielding during the moderated caucus, and please give turn to your college to speak also during the moderated caucus, since we realize that you're the only one who deliver your speech. Next, to speak, hold on, but before we proceed to another speaker, under chair discussion, we're gonna call upon delegate of Japan. Please add Japan before France. Remove France first, and then add Japan to speak upon this motion. Remove France. Okay, and then we will call upon delegate of Brazil. Germany. Japan, Germany. Okay. Indonesia. And then African Union. Okay, and the last will be France. That's all. Please prepare your speech. Next to speak is South Korea. Delegate of South Korea, you have 1 minute. The floor is yours.
The cooperation carried out by South Korea cover various aspects, ranging from direct assistance capacity building to technology innovation, assistance in the form of technology innovation in humanitarian aid. Drones are used to deliver aid to hard-to-reach areas. Health technology such as telemedicine to provide remote health service to people in need. Korea also cooperates with the United Nations, the International Red Cross, and non-governmental organizations. Thank you. Back to chair.
Thank you, South Korea. Remember, there is no yielding during the moderated caucus. So if you still have remaining time left, it'll be automatically back to the chair. Next is Italy. Delegate of Italy, you may have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Innovation in technology and international cooperations are needed to solve the new challenges posed by today's humanitarian situations. Building socio-cultural resilience in the technological age requires collaborations between the public and business sector as well as civil society. Furthermore, humanitarian issues are addressed by non-state actors in a significant way, particularly when non-traditional security is involved. While using technology in dispute resolutions, cautions must be exercised in order to avoid exacerbating the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak is Mexico. You have 1 minute, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Since a long time ago, humanitarian crises have occurred in many countries. This humanitarian crisis causes many people to suffer and even cause death. In responding to conflicts and humanitarian crises that occur, we will be more alert to respond and improve coordination between government agencies and increase transparency in the management of humanitarian assistance. In addition, we will regularly evaluate the policies that have been implemented to correct any weaknesses. Strengthening international cooperation in dealing with humanitarian crisis will enable us to respond more effectively to crisis, ensure that humanitarian aid reaches the right hands, namely by using advanced technology such as using robotic drones and AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak is India. Delegate of India, you may have the floor.
Okay, thank you. In the crisis-patch areas, inadequate infrastructure is often the biggest obstacle to delivery of aid during humanitarian crisis. While we are gathered here from major power and abilities, such as the development country that have advanced technology and infrastructure, thus, it is highly possible for us to ensure cooperative developments. These development include roads, bridges, ports, renewable technology, and essential logistic facilities. At the same time, securing human life, we propose a G20 initiative to international investment as well as utilize public-private partnership in building and improving infrastructure in countries vulnerable to humanitarian crisis. Prioritizing to share renewable energy, technology, and climate finance among G20 countries as the hope to accelerate global green goal. Here, by the G20, countries complement each other, strength, and reciprocate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is European Union. Delegate of European Union, you have 1 minute. The floor is yours.
As a part of our effort to ensure state coordination for humanitarian assistance, we have established several mechanisms by providing need-based assistance guided by principle of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. We assist vulnerable population with food, shelter, healthcare, water, sanitation, education, channeling aid through international and local partner organizations. This is through the civil protection mechanism that facilitates cooperation among EU member states and participating states to provide civil protection assistance. We provide emergency assistance focusing on the most vulnerable population, including internally displaced person, refugee, and host community. Thank you.
All right, thank you, European Union. Next is Japan. Delegate of Japan, you have 1 minute. The floor is yours.
Japan is increasing its humanitarian effort through international cooperation and technological innovation. By 2023, Japan is committed to providing more than $1.4 billion in humanitarian assistance with a focus on crises exacerbated by conflict, climate change, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The new development cooperation charter flexible pressure, including cash transfer through NGOs, for efficient delivery, also promotes the humanitarian development peace nexus by integrating humanitarian assistance with development and peace initiative and prioritizing gender equality in crisis situation. In addition, Japan utilizes advanced technology for effective refugee assistance and disaster risk reduction.
Okay, thank you so much, Delegate of Japan. Next to speak is Germany. Delegate of Germany, you have 1 minute. You may begin your speech whenever you're ready.
Germany is deeply committed to promoting peace and will continuously support international collaboration. We advocate for effective international cooperation in pursuit of human rights and individual freedoms. Germany has policies that is the Digital Healthcare Act enacted in 2019. Accelerates the use of digital health application and electronic health records with certain digital services covered by health insurance. Germany also fosters artificial intelligence in healthcare through research and ethical guidelines, supports digital health application with a framework for approval and reimbursement, and integrates smart health devices with regulatory oversight. We call for global effort to address the issues arising from human rights violation during conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next to speak is Indonesia. Delegate of Indonesia, you have 1 minute to deliver a speech and you may have the floor.
Indonesia faces significant humanitarian challenges, including natural disaster, conflict, and migration crisis. The International Organization for Migration plays a crucial role in addressing these issues, focusing on saving lives and assisting displaced population. The World Health Organization has established a cooperation strategy to enhance Indonesia's health system resilience and promote public health, aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals. Additionally, Indonesia actively participates in international humanitarian efforts, urging global cooperation, particularly in crises like those in Ukraine and Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Last to speak. Next to speak is African Union. Delegate of African Union, you have 1 minute and you may begin your speech whenever you're ready.
Okay. African Union will focus how to address humanitarian crisis through international cooperation and
Speak louder, sorry.
And the technology. International cooperation, countries and organizations must work together to share resources and support. Without cooperation, and can be derived more effectively to where is needed most. Technology innovation, technology such as warming system, drone, and digital platform can speed under our resource and crisis, and also help managing distribution and communication better. Synergy and the two elements, combination international cooperation with technology allow the address crisis more effectively. Technology data can help in the effectiveness the direct aid operatory. Let us commit to strategic cooperation to leverage technology in the face of humanitarian crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last to speak for the current moderated caucus is France. Delegate of France, you have a minute to deliver a speech and the floor is yours.
Okay. French growth of humanitarian crises in various parts of the world, such as armed conflicts, natural disasters, and pandemics, requires a coordinated and effective response from G20 member countries to ensure international cooperation and harness technological innovation to meet global humanitarian challenges. Proposed resolution, the first, strengthening international cooperation, encourage the establishment or improvement of international coordination mechanism for rapid response to humanitarian crisis. The second, increase use of technology, promote the use of information and communication technologies to improve the efficiency of relief, distribution, and monitoring of the situation on the ground. Develop a detailed action plan for the implementation of this resolution, including setting the deadline and monitoring progress. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Delegate of France. With that said, we just conclude this moderated caucus and we can proceed to any points or motions on the floor. But since it's already 1:12, then we're gonna have a break. So currently, chairs are looking for a specific motion to suspend the debate. Are there any motions on the floor? Kindly raise your placard immediately. Yes, Canada.
The delegates of Canada would like to propose a motion for suspension of the debate.
Thank you so much. Are there any motions on the floor? Kindly raise your placard. Calling once, calling twice, saying none. Okay, so we're gonna vote from this motion coming from Canada to suspend the debate. Those of you who are in favor upon this motion, kindly raise your placard immediately. Remember, we need at least 11 votes to have a break. Yeah, if there is none, remember, we need at least 11 votes. 13, all right. With 13 in favor, this motion automatically passes. So, we have officially closed the first session. But before that, we have several announcements to make. Azriel, I give the floor to you.
All right, thank you, Kalgi. Okay. Okay, thank you. There's a couple of announcements regarding the communique, or you can say the draft resolutions. So we only acknowledge two draft resolution or communique later on. So make sure you only have 2 blocks on this forum. And then the submissions is to my email. You can send it to directly to my email. The email will be sent to you by the tutor after this. And for the sponsor, each draft resolution or communique is maximum 2 sponsors, and the minimum signatories is 5 countries. I will explain it in bahasa. Nanti untuk communique atau draft resolution akan harus memiliki maksimal 2 sponsor dan minimal 5 signatories. Dan kami hanya mengambil 2 draft resolution atau communique yang nantinya akan di-present and vote in the next sessions. Are there any confusion? You can ask us for now. Please raise your placard if you have any questions.
You can ask the question in Bahasa.
Yes, because we have finished the formal debate.
Okay, if you have any question related to draft related to
communique,
please raise your placard because we
Delegates
won't
of
entertain
South
any
Africa?
more question after this.
Delegate of South Africa, you have any questions?
Thank you for the opportunity, Chairman. We would like to ask about what is sponsor and what is signatories.
Okay, thank you. I will explain in bahasa. Sponsor adalah negara yang akan mempresentasikan draft resolution atau communique-nya, atau bisa disebut sebagai leader atau dalam bahasa pemimpin dari draft resolution atau communique tersebut. Dalam hal ini akan disebut sebagai communique karena ini adalah forum G20. Dan untuk signatories adalah negara-negara yang ikut serta dalam penulisan solusi dan isi dari draft resolution dan juga setuju terhadap draft resolution tersebut. Satu negara boleh mensignatoriskan kedua draft resolution dengan both konsensus. Anggapan ada 2 sponsor yakni Rusia dan Amerika memiliki masing-masing draft resolution. Negara Prancis bisa mensignatoriskan kedua negara tersebut asalkan negara Prancis ingin mensignatoriskan 2 negara tersebut. Jadi Rusia dan USA tidak bisa seenak-enaknya menulis signatoris dari semua negara. Negara tersebut harus menulis dengan keinginan dia sendiri untuk menandatangani kedua draft resolution. Apakah itu cukup jelas?
Clear, Honorable Chairman, clear. Thank you very much.
And for the sponsor, you can only have 1 draft resolution. So each sponsor is the leader for 1 draft resolution. So you cannot make 2 draft resolutions. Okay. Oke, submissionnya ternyata sudah ada di GCR, Google Classroom. So tidak perlu menggunakan email saya. Jadi nanti tinggal langsung di submission ke Google Classroom kalian saja. Terima kasih, selamat menikmati makan siangnya. Jangan lupa untuk balik pada pukul 11, mohon maaf, pukul 1. Nanti kalian bisa...
you.